a very simple example to understand. And that example is, let's say, I want to know what proportion of the people in Delhi are reading Times of India newspaper daily. Okay. Now, this exercise, in order to answer this, we can have two ways to answer this. The first is we can go door to door in Delhi, and then we can ask the people whether you read newspaper, Times of India or something else, and then we can record it. So this will give us the overall consensus of the answer, right? This is a very laborious exercise and it will take huge amount of time to do that. So, but if we do that, then what we have with respect to this picture is population. So if we take up that approach is lead us to give us the population of the entire data set. Okay, and from this population of the entire data set, we can extract the parameters, like we can find out what is the mean, what is the variance, and what is the standard deviation, and other parameters related to those complete population. But it's a very laborious exercise. Okay. Now, what is the other way around? The other way around it is we can collect the random samples from different areas in Delhi. So we can ask, let's say, 100 people in 10 different areas across the Delhi. And then we can have a nice representative sample of the entire population, which may not be complete, but which may have most of the features of the population, and that we will call sample in this particular figure. So if you look at in this figure, there are arrows which have been drawn from population to sample, correct? And that is a simple random sampling technique by which we can just collect the 10,000 samples across Delhi, and then we have a nice representative sample of the population. Now, what we can do is, the way in which we have found out the parameters in terms of the population, we can derive statistics like sample mean, like sample variance, sample standard deviation, and other statistics form for this particular small sample. Okay, so now what is the goal with this statistics? The goal with this statistics is that given the sample mean x bar, which is written in this slide, we would like to estimate the mu parameter, which is written on the top of the population, right? So with the x bar, can we infer the mu? With the s in the statistics written, can we infer the sigma in the parameter? With the statistics s square, can we infer about the sigma square in the parameter? So basically, with the much less number of the laborious exercise, what we would like to do is that we would like to nicely collect such samples which are representative of the entire population of the Delhi in such a way so that with those small set of sample, we could find out the statistical parameters which are called statistics, x bar, s square, and all other. And we will be applying some of the statistical inference techniques, which are called the data analytics techniques. Like we can have the parameter estimation, we can have the confidence interval estimation, we can have the hypothesis testing, modeling of the data, and so and so forth. So using this statistical inference technique with the less amount of the sample, we would like to predict, we would like to estimate parameters of the population. This is the fundamental goal of most of the data analytics in the data science and its application. Okay, so we should keep this idea and this example in our background and we can quickly go through the slides, which are actually very exhaustive to understand, but I will try to brief you. Okay, so this is the first one. On the slide number 4, statistical inference. So we have discussed about the some of the examples. So similar examples you can think about in terms of the election surveys, or you can find out the average cost to build a house, right? So basically, we would like to have the generalization and prediction, and we would like to compute the statistic like sample mean, sample median, sample variance, and all. And we would like to predict about the population parameters. Okay. Next, please. Yeah. So that is what is the term parameter estimation means. So wherever you read the term parameter estimation in data science or in data analytics, basically we would like to estimate some of the things for which we do not have the unique answers, right? So for example, we do not have a unique answer. How many people are actually reading Times of India in Delhi? So we can estimate them using some techniques. और उसके लिए हम क्या करेंगे? We'll construct a small sample space by collecting the data in a random way throughout the day, and then we can do some analysis on that. Okay, fine. And in order to do this, the very first technique, what we would like to try out is to find out the distribution of those parameters. Okay, so we will see how to find out the distribution of such parameter. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so the first term, which is to understand very clearly, is called the sampling distribution. Now you'll be wondering, you might have heard the word sampling, you might have heard the word distribution, but what is this sampling distribution mean? Okay, so it is very easy to understand. So we have defined a statistic, and that statistic is basically a random variable because it is dependent upon the observed sample. If I change the sample, okay, naturally my mean, variance, and standard deviation will get changed. Okay, so if I do second time random sampling of the population, then those values will get changed. Hence, a statistic is defined as a random variable because it is dependent on the observed sample. And if anything is a random variable, it has a probability distribution. This is the basic statistics, right? So the probability distribution of the any statistics is called the sampling distribution. Okay, I guess this is quite clear. So that means if I have a sample mean, then I can have sampling distribution of the mean. If I have a sample variance, then I have a sampling distribution of the variance, so and so forth. So I can have probability distribution for every statistic, and they are called sampling distribution of a particular statistic. Let's say sample mean or sample variance or sample standard deviation. And then using this sampling distribution of x bar or s square, we would like to infer about the population parameter mu, sigma square, or sigma. Okay, yeah. So this is the problem setup for which we are targeting. So let us start with the sampling distribution of x bar. You will be wondering, how can I find out sampling distribution of x bar? So x bar क्या है? X bar is a sample mean. Okay, sample mean is a single value. Now a single value cannot have a distribution, but still you have written sampling distribution of x bar. So what does it mean? It means that I will be doing a random sampling in Delhi. Let's say 10,000 samples I will collect. Then I will find out its mean. So I will be having one value, one scalar value. Then I will be doing another time the random sampling. Okay, the moment I change the random sample, naturally its mean will be getting changed. So I will be having second value of the mean. Okay, then I will be repeating this experiment again and again by changing my random samples. Okay, पहले मैं किसी 10 एरिया में जाऊंगा, फिर मैं 10 एरिया चेंज कर दूंगा, करेक्ट, फिर और तीसरे 10 एरिया में जाऊँ. सो एवरी टाइम आई एम कीप ऑन चेंजिंग the random sampling. So every time the mean of those samples will be getting changed, and every time I'll be getting one separate value. Likewise, if I repeat this experiment so many times, let's say 10,000 times, then I'll be having 10,000 sample mean values. Now, with this 10,000 sample mean value, I can have its distribution plot. So I can find out its probability density function or probability mass function, which can represent distribution of the sample mean. So that is what I have written. How? So how we can do it? You can find out, we can repeat this random sampling experiment again and again, record the sample values, so record the sample mean value, and then with those sample mean values, you can find out its distribution plot. Now you'll be wondering what we will be achieving by this. So you can see that every time you take a sample, you are trying to change these samples, correct? That means every time your mean is slightly getting deviated. So you would like to make sure that what is the variability in this sample mean around the actual mean, because our goal is to find out the population mean. But population mean निकालना तो बहुत ही exhaustive experiment है. It is very very laborious. So one could not invest so much of time and energy into doing that, right? But instead of making just 10,000 experiment, 10,000 samples, I'll be repeating this 10,000 sample experiment several times. Let's say I'll be repeating it 10,000 times. Okay, even though the time and energy which is required is not comparable with the energy required for generating the population, which is very very large. And for that, I have to visit each and every houses in the Delhi. तो इससे क्या पता चलेगा, इससे ये पता चलेगा so that even though with this so many mean values, if we plot its distribution, we will be trying to visualize how this sample mean is approaching to the actual mean, which is the population mean mu. So when this x bar, which is a sample mean, will go to the population mean mu, because our goal is to find out the population mean. Okay, so next slide please. Yeah, so if you look at this particular figure, what is shown in this particular figure is there are different distribution of the x bar has been shown for various values of the n. So let's say we will take only one sample. Then there is a one graph which is shown. If I take some higher number of the samples, then there is a second graph which is written as small to moderate n. And if I take very large n, then there is a third plot which is shown, which is a steeper curve, right? And then, so yeah, a question which I have put over here is, does it remind you of something? So it reminds us of a very famous result in statistical analysis, which is called central limit theorem. And we all have learned that as per the central limit theorem, if we keep on increasing the number of samples, right, in the experiment, then overall distribution will approach to the Gaussian distribution or the normal distribution. So in this graph also one can observe that if we keep n equals to 1, or if we keep some n equals to some small to moderate value, then and as we keep on increasing the n value, the plot is getting steeper and steeper and getting concentrated to actual value of the mu, which is written in the dotted line, right? That is designated as mu. हमारा गोल है वो mu को estimate करना. That is what the meaning is parameter estimation. वो mu को estimate करना है. करेक्ट। और उसके लिए हम अलग अलग एक्सपेरिमेंट करके बाय चेंजिंग द एन वैल्यू वी कैन कंस्ट्रक्ट समथिंग कॉल्ड एज अ सैंपलिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ द मीन। ओके, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। So there are so in data science or in data analytics, there are so many techniques which are available for parameter estimation techniques, like method of moments, maximum likelihood estimation, least squares estimation, Bayesian parameter estimation, and nowadays there are a lot of other techniques which are based on the machine learning or the deep learning are available to estimate those parameters. Okay, so we in this short span we cannot discuss everything, but we just to give a intuition. One of the techniques I have picked up, which is very basic, which is maximum likelihood estimation. We'll quickly go through it, and then we can jump to the next point, that where the parameter estimation lags and where we have to go for confidence interval. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so if you look at this particular estimation technique of MLE, maximum likelihood estimation, the notion of this estimation technique is very simple. It is saying that you have so many samples, right, which you have already been observed, and you would like to find out such a parameter which can maximize the probability or likelihood of this is to be possible, राइट। तो हमें ऐसा पैरामीटर एस्टिमेट करने हैं जो जो हमने ऑलरेडी ऑब्जर्व किया है उसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी को इंक्रीज करें। सो यू विल बी वंडरिंग व्हाट डज दैट मीन। इट मींस दैट वी वांट टू मेक द इवेंट दैट हैज ऑलरेडी हैपेंड टू बी एज लाइकली एज पॉसिबल। तो उसके लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा, वट एवर डेटा यू हैव कलेक्टेड, right, the sample which we have collected, we would like to maximize its joint probability mass function or joint probability density function. Okay, so for a discrete case you can maximize the joint PMF of the data, which is written as P of x1 to xn, or for a continuous distribution you can maximize the joint PDF of the data, which is F of x1 to xn. So we can see in the next slide what is the formulation. So if you look at for a discrete case, because most of us are working with the machines which are digital machines, so it is practical to consider the case of discrete cases, right? So we have a discrete sample x1 to xn, and its joint probability mass function can be written as probability of x1 to xn, that is P of capital X. And since all these samples are independent, right, then the joint probability is equals to multiplication of the individual probability. This is the basic probability, right? So the joint probability P of x1 to xn can be written as multiplication of each one of the individual probabilities. And then what we can do is, in order to maximize this joint PDF against the parameter theta, we have to simply differentiate this probability function with respect to theta and equate to 0. So in answer, we'll get the value of theta. So that is our parameter. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so most of the time what happens is people do not directly use the likelihood function, but they use log likelihood function, which makes our life simpler. The reason is by taking the log of a multiplication function, the resultant mathematical operation becomes easier, right? Because we will be having, once I take log of this big multiplication, what I will be having is the summation of the log of the individual probability. So since the log is allowing us to convert this complicated joint multiplication of the probabilities into summation of the individual log of the probability. And this function, which is there on the right hand side of this expression on this slide, is much easier to differentiate. Okay, so for a computational easiness, people usually take the log likelihood. but the notion still remains the same. Okay, fine. Next slide, please. So I just took one small example so that you can appreciate the MLE, maximum likelihood estimation. So I took the case of Poisson distribution, right? And for the Poisson distribution, the probability mass function of this distribution, which is defined in the statistics, is like probability of x equals to e to the power minus lambda, lambda raised to x divided by x factorial. So if you take a log of it, the expression I have written, and then if you maximize the log likelihood of it, then taking a log of it, the multiplication will go into summation. So we have a nice simple formula which is written in the summation format, right? So this we can differentiate and equate to 0, we'll get the answer for the unknown. Okay, that I have written in the next slide. So if you look at it, if you differentiate the previous function with respect to unknown lambda, right? So the solution will be given as lambda hat will be 1 upon n summation I equals to 1 to n xi, which is nothing but your x bar, which is sample mean. So what is the point we are trying to make is the maximum likelihood estimation of the Poisson distribution lambda hat is basically its sample mean. करेक्ट. तो अगर आपका कहीं पे भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पोजन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है और उस पोजन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का आपको मैक्सिमम लाइक्लीहुड एस्टिमेशन निकालना है तो उसका जो लैम्बडा है उस इक्वेशन में उसकी जगह आप सैंपल मीन रख के कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो. हाँ मैडम, कैन यू गो बैक प्लीज प्रीवियस स्लाइड. हाँ. So in this expression, whenever you want to have a real world scenario and you want to analyze the Poisson distribution data, what you can do is in place of lambda in the probability of x expression, the first expression, in place of the lambda, you can put lambda hat, and that lambda hat is x bar, and that x bar, capital X bar, come from your sample. So you collect some samples, uska jo mean aayega, that mean value you can put over here. So you can have the probability of x value for that particular data, and that is defined as the maximum likelihood estimation on the Poisson distribution. Okay, I guess this is quite intuitive, and you can connect these to the real world. So likewise, there are different parameter estimation techniques exist in the data science and in machine learning also. Okay. So this is just to give you a brief start for it. Okay, next slide. Next to this. Yeah, so now we'll be moving forward from basics of the parameter estimation to the next topic where we want to, we do not want to just estimate single parameter, but we would like to estimate a range of parameter. And there is a very what I can say, a very obvious reason for it, and that is why the title of this slide I have given is the background to confidence intervals. Okay, now a very apt example which I can think of for confidence interval is the meteorological predictions. Okay, now if you want to do any kind of the meteorological prediction, whether it is for rain or whether it is for temperature variations, whether it is for vegetation index or anything, okay, it is very natural that if someone predict a point estimate, then it is prone to error. Okay, but if someone predict the interval of the estimate, then it is making more sense. So what I'm trying to say is this: imagine someone is trying to estimate about the prediction of the rain. Now, if the department, the meteorological department says that tomorrow there will be rain, tomorrow at 11 a.m. there will be rain in Delhi. Now it is very critical and it is very prone to error. So what kind of estimation is usually made? It is the estimation techniques do not estimate the point of the parameter estimation, but they estimate the range. They will say that uh, tomorrow uh, there is a possibility of rain in Delhi. So now instead of saying the rain will be at 11 a.m., now we are trying to say it could be any time in the 24 hours. A more safer estimation would be in the next 2 days or in the next 3 days, there is a possibility of heavy rain in Delhi. Now, this is what is the difference between point estimate and an interval estimate. So we are trying to say that instead of putting or instead of estimating a single parameter, it is better to give an interval wherein that parameter can fall. So we can say that instead of saying that the rain will be at 11 a.m., we will say that there is 95% confidence that in the next 2 days there will be heavy rain in New Delhi, because it is all depend upon a lot of parameters in the atmosphere, right? So this is what is the background to confidence interval. So if you look at in this particular graph, there are three different sampling distribution of the three different estimators have been plotted. And the goal of every of this estimator is to estimate a single value theta. But they are not estimating a single value theta. They are estimating a range of values. Okay. So, and I have written some questions at the bottom of this slide. Okay. Now, if you see that the first there is a line which is showing theta at the dotted line. That is a point which you would like to estimate. Okay. And in order to do that, we have three competent algorithms. And these three algorithms are giving us the three distribution of the three different estimators. Theta 1 hat, theta 2 hat, and theta 3 hat. Okay. So if you look at the curve of theta 1 hat, theta 2 hat, and theta 3 hat, there are two questions which are pointed out at this particular point. First question I ask is which is or which are the unbiased estimators and how. तो अब ये नया टर्म आया अनबायस्ड. तो बायस का मतलब होता है किसी भी वैल्यू के और उसका इंक्लिनेशन, राइट? और अनबायस्ड का मतलब होता है इट इज नॉट लाइक दैट. सो इफ यू सी these three graphs, one can see very clearly that theta 1 and theta 2, they are unbiased, but theta 3 is biased because it is going towards a particular range of the values, right? Whereas the theta 1 and theta 2, they are unbiased. Acha. Now if you want to compare the theta 1 and theta 2 in terms of the accuracy, then we have to check its variance. So the second question which I ask is which has the least variance among the unbiased estimator. So we have two possible unbiased estimator in this graph, theta 1 and theta 2. So out of these two, which one is having the least variance? So if you look at the spread of the curve, then the spread of the curve of theta 2 is very, very large compared to theta 1. So the spread of the theta 1 is steeper, right? So that means the variance associated with the theta 1 is much lesser than the variance associated with theta 2. Whereas the theta 3 is anyway biased, so we ruled out it. So given the three competent algorithm, we are selecting theta 1. The reason is it is unbiased and it is having least variance. Okay, next slide please. Yeah, so that is what I have briefed in this particular remark, and this remark is showing MVUE, and this MVUE is stand for minimum variance unbiased estimator. तो इसका मतलब ये है कि always in any data science application or in any data analytics application, we should rely on an estimator which is having minimum variance or the one which is unbiased. Okay, or चैलेंज ये है और आयरनी ये है कि जनरली ऐसे एस्टिमेटर रियलिटी में होते नहीं है, तो आपको somehow you have to compromise with the maximum possible MVUE kind of an estimator in the real world. Okay, and in order to do that, there are techniques of confidence interval and hypothesis testing are developed. So that we will see now. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is what I was discussing about the error in the point estimate. Okay, क्योंकि हमको ये नहीं estimate करना कि tomorrow at 11 a.m. there will be a rain in Delhi. If you do that, it is definitely going to be an error, right? So estimation error is due to, first case is due to the sampling error, right? So your theta hat will not be equals to theta. That means your theta hat minus theta will be having some non-zero value, and this is due to sampling error, because आपका value कहाँ से आता है, ये theta hat का, कि tomorrow there will be tomorrow 11 a.m. there will be rain in Delhi. That comes from the background data. You have a lot of previous statistics, right? But if there are error in those statistics, your prediction about rain at 11 a.m. will going to be failed. And this is most of the case it is there, right? So you can take a case of internet speeds or meteorological predictions, so many things. So the trust factor in the estimation will be loosened up if you try to estimate the point estimate. So what is the solution? Feasible solution. Next slide. Yeah, so the feasible solution is interval estimate. So in most of the practical situation, it is preferable to determine an interval rather than the point. तो हम लोग ये बोलेंगे कि this theta is not just the theta, but it is a range of values of the theta from A to B. That is what I have mentioned over here, and it is called the interval estimate. So we are saying theta will be belonging to A to B, where A belongs to some lower range of the theta and B belongs to some upper range of the theta. So basically we are predicting a range of values instead of a single value. So now we are trying to say that the probability of rain will be very high in Delhi in the next 2 days, right? So instead of saying just the 11 a.m., we will make A to B, we will make a range, and then we are giving confidence to this. We are saying that 99% there is a possibility that in the next 2 days there will be rain in Delhi. So this is what is the meaning of interval estimate. Okay, and naturally, if this length of this interval estimate is lower, the accuracy of the point estimate will be increased. That is quite simple, right? Okay, next slide, please. So there we can define the term confidence interval. Okay, so confidence interval is simple. You can say that it's an interval A to B with some percentage of the confidence. This is to understand intuitive. What do you mean by confidence interval? If someone asks you what is confidence interval, then you can say that there is an interval of the parameter estimation with associated percentage of the confidence about the prediction. Okay, so that is what I have written. An interval A to B is a 1 minus alpha 100% confidence interval for the parameter theta if it contains the parameter with probability 1 minus alpha. Okay, and since it is a probability, it is bounded between 0 and 1. So we can rephrase this sentence in the terms of probability expression. It could be probability of A less than or equals to theta less than or equals to B equals to 1 minus alpha. करेक्ट. तो ये इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि थीटा की प्रोबेबिलिटी ए टू बी के बीच में होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है 1 माइनस अल्फा. अच्छा, नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज हु विल specify this alpha. So this alpha can be specified by the user. करेक्ट. तो आपको कितने परसेंटेज कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए? So just go to the next slide. Okay, so let's say if we have given alpha is 0.05, then we are trying to say that when you put alpha equals to 0.05, your 1 minus alpha is 0.95, that is 100 into 0.95 percentage is 95%. That means uh, a person is 95% sure, probabilistically sure about that particular parameter estimation. Okay. Similarly, if someone specify alpha is equals to 0.01, then 1 minus alpha is 0.99, 100 into 0.99 percentage is 99%. That means we are 99% sure that the value of the theta will be lies in the range of A to B, which we have specified in our example. This is what is the meaning of confidence interval, correct? And this is what is the meaning of interval estimation technique. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so there are techniques by which we can find out the for different statistics, we can find out the confidence interval. So let's say we can find out the confidence interval for mean, we can find out the confidence interval for variance, for population, correct? There is a technique for proportion of the population, right? So I'll let us not go into the detail of it, though I have written in there, it is there in the slides, but I think with the available time, we'll just quickly look at the basic technique and the basic test for checking the confidence interval for different statistics. So in this case, we are taking the case when the confidence interval for mean is required to be get estimated. Okay, and then when you take that if we assume that our sample is selected from normal distribution, then there are techniques which are available. If you take your sample is selected from some other distribution, then there are some other technique which is defined in the data analytics for estimating the confidence interval. But in this case, I have shown a case for normal distribution. Okay, so in order to find out the confidence interval for normal distribution for mean, what we need to do is, as I have written in this slide, you have to first of all standardize the data. So आपका जो Z है, the Z has to be defined in the case in terms of the theta which we have estimated. So theta hat minus expected value of theta hat upon sigma theta hat. So when you do that, you will be having another random variable which is Z comes in, and that Z follows the normal distribution. This is again derived from the one of the results of central limit theorem. Okay, and this is the characteristics of the standard normal. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so pictorially you can say that in these two graphs, what is pictorially has been shown is if we choose a particular value of the alpha, then the z alpha by 2 and minus z alpha by 2 will vary, right? So usually we choose alpha which is smaller, let's say 0.05 or 0.01 or 0.02, तो वो वैल्यू वो प्रोबेबिलिटी छोटी आएगी. तो जो बीच वाला एरिया है that shows this area of 1 minus alpha, and that the central area which is 1 minus alpha is denoting your confidence interval. तो हम लोग ये बोल रहे हैं कि हमारी जो रेंज प्रिडिक्ट करने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है, जो रेंज आ सकता है, हम बोल रहे हैं कि 2 दिन में, वो जो रेंडम वेरिएबल है वो रेंडम वेरिएबल इस रेंज में है within minus z alpha by 2 to plus z alpha by 2, which is a very large area. That means most of the probabilities lies into it. That means 95% probability is there that there will be rain in the next 2 days. Okay. Likewise, I'm trying to connect you through the real example, but then this can be applied to different applications. Okay, which you have to think about it. Okay. Next slide. Yeah, so then in this particular slide, I have just rewritten the expression. So probability of, so instead of writing the A to B, I have written minus Z alpha by 2 to plus Z alpha by 2. And instead of writing the theta hat, I have standardized it. So theta hat minus theta upon sigma theta hat. So that probability, which is there plus or minus Z alpha by 2 with respect to theta hat, that gives us the 1 minus alpha probability, that is the confidence interval. Okay, that means our random variable Z will falls within this normal quantiles, which is denoted in the previous figure also. Next slide. Yeah, so this is already we have discussed that for normal distribution, we can have center plus or minus margin. So center is theta hat and plus or minus margin is Z alpha by 2 theta sigma theta hat, right? And then by choosing an appropriate value of alpha and looking the value of Z into the Gaussian table, we can calculate this confidence interval for the normal distribution, and that gives us the confidence interval for the sample mean in this particular range of the interval. Okay, next slide. So these are the steps. This is like a generalized method for constructing a confidence interval. First step is we need to find out the unbiased estimator of theta, which is, let's say, maximum likelihood estimation. Then we have to check if it has a normal distribution. Then we have to find out its standard error. Then we have to obtain its quantiles given the alpha. So we can find out plus or minus Z alpha by 2 from the table of the normal distribution. And then we can apply the rule which I have written, mentioned as the star, so that it will give us what is the probability for this particular alpha. Okay, next slide. Similarly, I've shown how to find out the confidence interval for population mean and other things. Okay, so I'll leave it up to you to explore next few slides, which are similar to what we have discussed based upon the generalized method for constructing the confidence interval. Okay, it is very simple. If you just go through, you will get it. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, same way we can have for the large data set, we can have the another expression. Same expression we can apply for estimating the variance. Okay, similarly for proportions. So I am not discussing each and every slide because of the time constraints. Yeah, please move on. These are all based upon the same logic which we have derived, but these are finding the confidence interval for different things, right? For mean, for variance, for population proportion, likewise. Okay, but these are important. You can just go through them and follow the same steps which we have mentioned in the slide, and the same step has been followed here, and the answers have been obtained. Okay, it is easy to understand, easy to read through. Okay, next slide. Yeah, and this is about the variance estimation and confidence interval from small samples. Okay, now this you need just one hint and then you can do this. So whenever you have a small samples, it is usually you do not assume them as the normal distribution or Gaussian distribution, because as per the central limit theorem, we know that we can apply the assumption of the normality when we have a large samples. But when you have a small set of samples, then it is misleading if you assume the Gaussian distribution. So in such a cases, the distribution which is suggested is the T distribution, or many times it is called the student T distribution. Okay, and student T distribution is dependent upon the ratio of the two random variables as a small t, which is defined in this particular slide, and from there you can find out the confidence interval for the mean for those samples which are less in the size. So if you have a sample space which are having smaller number of the samples, then it is advisable to use the t distribution. And using the t distribution, which is defined in the statistics, you can calculate the confidence interval for the mean as given the formula x bar plus or minus t alpha by 2 small s upon square root of the n, where this uh, n is the total number of the samples which are relatively less than the normal distribution which you assumed earlier. Okay, and this t is belonging to t distribution. So there is a table which is given in the statistics, just like the Gaussian table, the Gaussian distribution table. You have a t distribution table which are pre-calculated values. So for the given alpha values, you can look upon the t alpha by 2 value into that table and then insert that value over here to get the confidence interval for the mean. Okay, so the methods are defined in the statistics. We have to just pick up a particular case as applicable in our in a particular application set, and then we have to apply the appropriate method which is defined in the data analytics. Okay, so this is for small sample. So variance estimation and confidence interval from small sample is done by t distribution. Okay, next slide. So this is what I was discussing. This is like a PDF of t distribution, and such table, it is easily available in the literature. You can look up those table values and then insert that value in your estimation technique. Okay, next slide. Okay, and now the last phase of our discussion is about the hypothesis testing. So we have seen, if you look back our discussion, then we have started with the population, then parameter, sample, and the statistics. Okay, then we have set up an example. We have set up the problem formulation that given the sample statistics, you would like to estimate the population parameter. Okay, and for that, we have started with how to estimate the parameter. That is parameter estimation technique. Then from parameter estimation, we found out there are loophole in the parameter estimation. So we have gone to confidence interval estimation technique, right? So then we have done the interval estimation and how to calculate the confidence interval for large size, which is Gaussian data set, for a small size, which is t distribution data set, right? And there are methods which are defined in the data analytics for doing the analysis. Now, the last foundational stone in the discussion of the data analytics is the hypothesis and hypothesis testing. Okay, so let us concentrate first what is hypothesis, and then we can concentrate on what is hypothesis testing. And there are methods in hypothesis testing in data analytics. Okay, then we can conclude. Fine. So if you look at this particular slide, so if you go to etymology of the hypothesis, then it is derived from the Greek word hypoenthesis. So hypo means the under and thesis means the placing or the proposition. Okay, so basically it is trying to say that some belief system which we have for us, or some basis of an argument or our proposition is called the hypothesis, right? So this is universally used in all around area, right? Whether it is a courtroom or whether it is a discussion of the data analytics or data science, everywhere humans have the hypothesis about something to be happen or not happen, right? So that is what is the basic notion of the hypothesis, the thing which is under proposition, which is the basis of an argument. Okay, now let us see what is hypothesis testing. Okay, next slide please. Yeah, so Hypothesis testing is a tool in statistical analysis to verify statements, claims, and conjectures. Okay, so what does that mean? So when we say verify the statements, that means many times we make certain statistical statement about the some prediction or some decision which we make based upon the available evidence, right? So that statements, if you want to statistically verify those statements, then the technique which we can use is called the hypothesis testing. Or there are some claims. So claims like when in the let's say there are some digital content is there, or there are some book is there, right? Then we will say that this is what I have written, or this is what I own, right? Then there could be fight in the court, right? So when the case goes to court, court has to decide upon two things: whether the person is guilty or not in general, right? So uh, the what is the basic notion with any courtship we started is uh, the person is not guilty. The person is not guilty. Okay, that is a basic hypothesis belief. That's a basic belief of any court. And then the when there is a fight in the court, the evidence will be produced against the hypothesis. So, what is the hypothesis? The hypothesis is the person is not guilty. So, the evidence will be produced. The person is guilty because of this. The person is guilty because of this. Person is guilty because of this. Okay. So, the court has to decide, given the evidence, the court has to decide whether this evidence are sufficient to declare the person as guilty or not. Okay, and this is what is the meaning of hypothesis testing. That means in any such cases, any court cases, or any ownership cases, or any cause and effect relationship cases, many information leak cases, everywhere, even if you take our engineering field, then in different medical data analysis, various defense analysis, remote sensing analysis, or automobile analysis, everywhere people create the hypothesis. They create they make the statements, and then they devise a technique to verify uh, this particular hypothesis. Okay, so let's say there is a random sample and we would like to verify whether the system is infected or not, or the number of errors in the software is independent of the manager's experience or not, so and so forth. You can think of an application and hypothesis testing is there. Okay, so any statistical statement, any claims, any conjectures which is not having the concrete answer in an analytical form, you can put them in a structure of the hypothesis testing, and then you can test them against the evidence, and then make a statistical statement which are more relevant, which are more valid. Okay, which is exactly what is done in every courtship cases. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so if you see the test definition and characterization for the hypothesis testing, then generally there are two hypotheses is set: person is guilty, not guilty, right? So then there are two basic hypotheses which is defined in the data analytics as H naught or HA. So when we say H naught, it is the null hypothesis, and HA is called the alternative hypothesis. Okay, so usually the statements which are written in the place of H naught and HA are mutually exclusive statement. Usually exclusive statement means H naught can be written as the person is not guilty. HA can be written as the person is guilty. Okay. H naught can be written as God exists. HA can be written as God does not exist. Okay. So it is like this. So any of such statements or any of such conjectures can be put into the framework of the hypothesis testing. Okay, and for that, this is the general structure. Usually people start with this. There are complicated structures for the multiple hypothesis testing also, but generally we'll start with this binary case wherein there is a null hypothesis and there is an alternative hypothesis. तो usually क्या होता है, whatever our belief system is there, what most of the people believe, that is generally kept into the form of H naught. That is your null. Okay, so let's say the case of court cases. Most of the time in across the world, the null hypothesis is that the person is not guilty. The court assumes this in the background, that person is not guilty. Now, HA, which is the alternate hypothesis, that could be multiple things. Okay, they say person is not guilty. Okay, then against this, it could be person is guilty, person is less guilty, person is more guilty. So all sort of variations can be there in the alternative hypothesis, that is HA. But H naught is usually the equality. Okay, so when we convert this statement, the statistical statements into the statistical expression, the probabilistic expression, then usually this H naught will be written in the form of the equality. That H naught equals to person is not guilty. HA equal to the person is guilty could be HA less than guilty, HA greater than this much guilty. So all sort of variations in a basic assumption is possible in the alternate hypothesis. Okay, so this discussion I have written in this slide, which you can read up later. Okay, but this is what we have discussed. It is exactly the same thing which is written there in this particular slide. So this is about the how to basically define the test and what are its characterization. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is what we have defined: two-sided alternative, one-sided alternative, left tail or right tail. So as I told you, H naught is usually the equality, but HA, it can be inequality, or it can be less than something or greater than something. So depending upon that, depending upon the different alternative type of the hypothesis, when I say HA mu not equals to mu 0, then mu could be less than mu 0, mu could be greater than mu 0. So it is two-sided alternative. Okay, and in the second case, it could be having HA mu less than mu 0. So it is covering only the one side of the portion, right? One side of the mu naught equals to mu 0. And HA belongs to mu greater than mu 0 is covering the other side, that is the right side of the alternative hypothesis of mu not equals to mu 0. So what I mean to say is that we can construct H naught mu equals to mu 0, HA mu not equals to mu 0. This is one case. Second case is again H naught is mu equals to mu 0, but HA is mu less than mu 0. This is a second case. Second set of hypothesis testing. Third set of hypothesis testing could be H naught is mu equals to mu 0, but HA could be mu greater than mu 0. So these are the three different tests. The first test is testing the two-sided alternative. The second is testing the one-sided alternative, which is left tail. Second is testing the again the one-sided alternative, but it is right tail. Okay, so next slide. So here I given one example. I think you can follow this. I'll just put up the example of average internet connection speed for a 54 Mbps line. तो हमारा हमारा assumption है कि H नॉट जो है म्यू वो 54 Mbps है. मतलब I have installed at my home 60 Mbps line, but on an average I am getting 54 Mbps. This is my hypothesis. But someone is saying no, you may not getting it. तो आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? You have to collect the data set, right? And then over the data set you can find out the different values, and using those different means you can test it whether it is two-sided or one-sided alternative, and then you can see how much your assumption about the average internet connection speed is 54 Mbps is true, how much it is true. That you can find out using constructing the hypothesis test like this. So for that, a small example have been deliberated. You can just go through at your time. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so then when we do such test, naturally this test could be prone to error, and those error which are there, which are very famous nowadays, they are called the type 1 error or type 2 error. Okay, so if you look at this diagram which is there, it is showing that H naught is true on the left hand side, and if we accept the H naught, then it is a correct classification. There is no point, there is no problem. If H naught is false, and if you reject the H naught, that is also correct. मतलब कि अगर the first sentence का simple meaning ये है कि if a person is not guilty, which is our H naught, and अगर वो accept हो जाता है क्योंकि उसके अगेंस्ट अगर एविडेंस नहीं मिलता है तो वो एक्सेप्ट हो जाएगा, तब तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. अगर H naught is false, एक्चुअली में false है, मतलब कि वो he is actually guilty and that is our hypothesis. और अगर उसको उसके अगेंस्ट केस जाता है तो वो भी करेक्ट है. So that is why this correct I have written in the green font. But if H naught is true, मतलब कि पर्सन अगर गिल्टी नहीं है और अगर उसको सजा मिलती है, so that is a type 1 error. Okay, and H naught is false, मतलब कि पर्सन ने एक्चुअली में खून किया है, या he is actually guilty, but he has not been found guilty in the proposed evidence, then it is a different kind of an error that is called the type 2 error. So every set of the courtship is designed in a such a way so that any innocent should not be punished, and that is why the same thing applies in most of the hypothesis testing cases, whether it is from anywhere cases, right? And hence always remember that type 1 error is more prone, and people first devise the technique to reduce the type 1 error. Type 2 error भी important है, वो भी नहीं होना चाहिए, बट टाइप 1 एरर जो है कि जब पर्सन गिल्टी नहीं है और उसको सजा मिलती है, राइट, दैट इज मोर सीवियर देन अगर पर्सन एक्चुअली में गिल्टी है और उसको सजा कम मिलती है या तो सजा नहीं भी मिलती, दैट इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी lesser error than the first case, right? So, and that is true for any set of the hypothesis testing cases in any field. Okay, and that is why it is very important to build up the hypothesis very consciously. तो properly उसको build करना चाहिए. जो most of the belief है उसको H naught में रखिए, और बाकी जो आपकी alternate beliefs है वो सारी आप alternate hypothesis में रखिए, right? And then you can test differently. और आपको hypothesis testing ऐसे करना है so that it will minimize the probability of the errors. type 1 and type 2. But first you have to minimize the type 1 error. Once the type 1 error is covered, you can try for minimizing the type 2 error. It should not be other way, right? You have to first minimize the type 1 error. Once you are ensured that you are covering all the type 1 error minimization, then you can add the type 2 error minimization. Correct? So that is what I have written in this particular slide about the errors in hypothesis testing. Okay, next slide, please. So these are some more definition about how to find out the significance level alpha, that is the type 1 error probability, and the power of the test, which is defined upon the type 2 error. Okay, next slide, please. So there are techniques again to find out the for the level alpha test, right? So there are standard techniques available by which you can test, given the distribution, what kind of test is to be utilized in order to check the particular hypothesis test. So in the next few slides, you can just go through the next few slides. This will tell the different tests and all, right? What are the acceptance region and what are the rejection region? Okay. Yeah. Similarly, what we have shown in the previous cases about the uh, in the case of confidence interval, right? We have seen the normal distribution ka Z test, and then we have seen the for a small sample size T distribution T test. Similarly, there are different tests here, which is defining the statistics to minimize the type 1 error, followed by minimizing the type 2 error. So the techniques which are defined for type 1 error minimization, they are all the alpha test, and rest are the power of the test, that is to minimize the type 2 error, right? So these are all the part of it, and there are techniques that आपका distribution अगर Gaussian है तो आपको Z statistics use करना है, और Z statistics use करके आप कैसे hypothesis testing कर सकते हैं और type 1 error को minimize कर सकते हैं for different examples. Okay, next slide please. So these are different tests. Just hold on here for a while. So यहाँ पे ये दिखाया गया है कि for different cases, you have to pick up a particular case for your application. उस application को case को लेकर के आपको check करना है whether H0 is true or what test statistics is to be derived, right? So these are all different cases. So our job as the researcher or as the engineer to use the data analytics technique, our job is to map our understanding of the problem to a particular one of the cases from such table, right? Choose the right table, whether it is Z test or the alpha test or T test. First of all, you have to choose the right table, and from that table, you have to choose the right case, and then calculate the test statistics and find out whether the H0 is true or not from this particular. So these are all defined steps in the data analytics. Okay, yeah, please move on. So then again, I calculated some example which I've taken from some standard books of the data analytics. You can refer to them, right? And I have solved it so that you can see that how average number of the concurrent users, the standard deviation. So different setup has been given from different viewpoint, and then try to create the hypothesis. Just go to the next slide. Yeah, so if you look at this, what are the steps it has been taken? So the steps are taken as first of all, the hypothesis is set up. Then second step, they have calculated the particular test statistics, right? So, so looking at the large data set, the Z statistics is applied. So Z test is been found out. So for that, the particular value of the Z is calculated. Then acceptance rejection region, given the alpha values, we can calculate. So suppose alpha is 5%. So you can put that 0.05 there. So that Z value, Z of 0.05, you can look from the table. That value is 1.645, right? And then you can, depending upon the hypothesis which you have created at the beginning, you can test depending upon these values. Okay, and then in the step 3, you can conclude with your inference about the whether the given hypothesis, the null hypothesis, is to be accepted or it has to be rejected. Okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, similar examples I calculated for different set of the problems. So you can go through this. Yeah, similarly, it has been calculated, but now you see that I have taken the different cases you have to pick up, understanding the problem and that table. So you have to map your case particular to the table and then you can follow the steps. Okay. Yeah. Next slide. Then similarly, there are t-tests for estimating the population standard deviation. So the way in which we have done it earlier, here also you can do that using the students t distribution. You can create the right tail, left tail, two-sided hypothesis testing, and then you can conduct. So followed by this, I think if you go up quickly, I think we are about to close. So yeah, please, Nehaji, if you can move up the slides so that we can, I can quickly summarize these. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, so these are the some different techniques by which these are all the techniques by which we can practically find out uh, the different interpretation for yeah, correct. Then for variance, there are chi-square test, right? And we can calculate the chi-square test for it. Then for large data set, how to check it, right? So for every case, I've calculated, I given what is the concept and then what is the corresponding example and the steps, right? So you have to just read the A and then follow the steps. So you can find out this just previous slide, just the previous slide, please. Yeah, so this discussion, most of the discussion I've taken from these 3 books and some of the notes which I've prepared over the years, right? So you can refer to these books if you want, if you are very new into the area of data science and data analytics, right? The first one is Barron book, which is Probability and Statistics for Computer Scientists. It is a very nice book for a beginner, those who are in the data science or data analytics, and the rest of the 2 are slightly advanced than the first one. But if you use these 3 books at the beginning to read about the data science and data analytics, then you can understand these foundational topics of parameter estimation, confidence interval estimation, right? Then the concept of the sampling distribution. You should have, if you implement it in the in some Python or R, that would be great. You will get a lot of insight from it, right? And then all those technique for hypothesis testing and the different tests for conducting that is to be conducted for different applications. So overall, if I want to summarize our discussion in a data science or in data analytics, with the advent of the lot of technology in machine learning and the deep learning, the role of the data analytical techniques have been more abstract, right? Because the computation part, whatever we are seeing in this different test, have been taken up by many of the machine learning or deep learning technique, right? But This concept will help you to nicely understand and interpret and appreciate the problems which are formed in the data science and data analytics, which is very, very important because you are attending an elementary FDP. So your goal should be like understanding the basic stuffs, right? So if you understand and appreciate these basic stuffs, this terminology, then this terminology will become again and again, whether you use the machine learning or deep learning or AI-based technique, or maybe what you can say is you use some classical techniques for solving the data science related applications. Okay, so I think with this short interval of the interaction, I could not get you through the examples, but I think most of the uh, concepts I have tried to deliver. Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for the valuable inputs.
Yeah,
And now I would like to request the participants to just reach out on chat, or you can even raise your hands for any
sure,
question and answers. Till
sure.
then, sir, I have already received few questions, so I'm just
Yeah,
reading them aloud. So
okay.
the first question is, if we don't know the population mean, how can we expect to be closer to it?
Okay, it's a nice conceptual question. See, since you are not knowing anything, suppose can you go back to the slides, go up to the slide where we have written at the very beginning, we have shown three graphs. Yeah. Please, please. Next. Yeah. No, that graph. Yes, please. Yeah. So the question is, if you don't know the sample mean, how can you do that? It's a very natural question to be arised, but it is a very straightforward, intuitive answer. Suppose I do not take the help of the statistical analytical tool to find out the sample mean. What is the other way? I can take I can do the consensus and I can actually find out the sample actual mean, the actual mean which is supposed to be there. तो उसके लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? I can go home to home and find out the which newspaper is person is reading. तो मेरे पास एक डेटा आ जाएगा, उस डेटा का मैं पता कर सकता हूँ कि इसका मीन क्या है. करेक्ट, वो तो एक्चुअल मीन, वो एक्चुअल मीन तो ये वाला है म्यू जो हम फाइंड आउट करना चाहते हैं. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, इफ आई डोंट नो दिस म्यू, how my what size of the sample is to be collected so that I can reach to this, because I don't know it. Now the very simple answer, if you know the central limit theorem, that if you keep on increasing the number of samples, if you keep on increasing the number of samples, it is experimentally proved that your graph will be more and more steeper towards a point, right? So that means अगर मैं किसी से किसी एक ही आदमी को पूछूंगा कि आप कौन सा न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते हो, और अगर मैं 1 लाख आदमी को पूछूंगा, तो my answer when I ask to 1 lakh person will be more reliable. क्यों reliable है? Because I will be taking the average over the very large number of the values. तो वो जो एक सैंपल, वो जो एक approximate value निकल के आएगा, that value will be closer to the actual value. That is what is the meaning of when you take large number of the samples, it will go to the, your sample mean will go to the actual mean. That is derived from the center limit theorem.
Thank you, sir. I hope it solves your query. Sir, there is one more question.
Yeah.
To get a normal distribution in itself is an abnormal situation. So if you are not getting it, what to do?
We can't do anything. See, in real world, I mean, if your distribution doesn't follow the normal distribution, you can't do anything. See, there are two ways in that case. Either you should, depending upon the modality of the data, you should know what kind of distribution it is there. Suppose if you are working with MRI data, magnetic resonance imaging data, then you must be knowing that the distribution could be region. If you are working with the radar images, then you may be knowing that the distribution could be Rayleigh distribution, right? If you are working with some other kind of data, maybe speech data or something like that, you know that distribution is Gaussian. But imagine there is a situation wherein you don't know about the kind of the data distribution. Naturally, you cannot do anything. So what statistics has suggested, it is safer when you don't know anything about the distribution, it is safer to assume it as Gaussian. That means when you assume it as Gaussian, naturally you will be in the error. Of course, because you don't know what kind of distribution it follows. But the amount of the error which will be incurred by assuming the Gaussian distribution will be least among any other, right? So if you assume it to be Rayleigh or a Retian, it is better to assume it as the Gaussian. So the answer of the question, क्या करें कि अगर Gaussian distribution नहीं आता है? So you have two ways. Find out what kind of distribution is closer to it, right? Which is done by this. So this job is basically the statistician job, right? They are not the engineer's job. We just read their literature and we learn that this kind of data is followed this distribution. Engineers usually do not go into this area, but one can go. Other is, if you don't know anything, you assume caution and then you start. These are the practical things. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So one more question: what does margin signifies?
Margin where? Okay, I think the question is belonging to hypothesis testing and all. So you can go there. Yeah. Go to the slides where we have. Is this the margin they are asking, or there are margins in the hypothesis testing also? So where is the question?
Ramesh sir, if you can just elaborate on the same. And Subhro Gupta, you can also ask it elaborately, the question. And sir, few people are even saying to provide with the PDF, but yes, the session recording will be put on YouTube, all the session recordings. So I think that is going to help them with the same.
Okay, I don't mind. I mean, you can. I have already shared the PDF, so you can share with them. Not an issue.
All right, sir. How to decide the level of significance in the testing of hypothesis?
How to decide the
Level of significance in the testing of hypothesis.
Okay, so there are two things. You can go to that p-value estimate downstairs. There is a technique which we could not discuss. Or niche. There is an p-value estimation. Yeah.
I think so. This
Okay.
one.
You can be here also, not a problem.
All right.
So
All right.
yeah, so their question is how to decide this alpha, which is a very crucial and which is very right question. So there are two answers to it. Someone may give you that alpha. मतलब कि वो बोलेगा कि I want a technique which can give me 99% confidence. In that case, the person is specifying that please use the alpha 0.01. Please use the alpha 0.01 because I want a technique which is 99% sure about this prediction. Okay, तो एक तो ये आंसर हुआ. तो उस केस में that person is specifying the alpha, that the alpha value is 0.01, so that your estimation technique is 99% sure. But in many of the situations, it is not possible to specify the alpha, the significance level alpha. Okay, then what you can do is a person can actually rigorously find out the value of the alpha over the range of 0 to 1. So you know that the range of alpha is from 0 to 1. Then what we can do is, starting from 0, we can test the hypothesis for every value of the alpha. So we can put alpha equals to 0 and then check what is the hypothesis testing result. Then we can slightly move off the alpha value, let's say 0.01, and then we can again conduct the test. Then we can slightly move up the alpha 0.02, then again conduct the test. Likewise, we can conduct the test for not the single alpha value, but we can conduct the test for alpha starting from 0 to 1, all the values with whatever precision you have in your machine. ओके, तो इससे क्या होगा, आपको एक बाउंड्री मिलेगा. उस बाउंड्री पे आपको पता चलेगा कि इस बाउंड्री से हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग का रिजल्ट चेंज हो रहा है, एक्सेप्टेंस रीजन और रिजेक्शन रीजन. तो वो जो चेंज हो रहा है, जहां पे वो चेंज आ रहा है कि वहां जहां से वो एक्सेप्टेंस टू रिजेक्शन में जा रहा है, दैट पॉइंट इज कॉल्ड द पी वैल्यू. दैट पॉइंट इज कॉल्ड द पी वैल्यू, व्हिच इज एक्चुअली data driven significance level alpha. Okay, which is data driven significance level alpha. So उस केस में we are trying to say that this p value is the it is derived from the data. You change the data, this p value will change. Other option is there is someone will give you that alpha and you are forced to use it. So you are forced to design an estimation technique which can give you a particular accuracy in the estimation. Another one which I explained, which is the p-value. Okay, so I calculated some examples, and through this I think you can appreciate this discussion which we have just now done it. Yeah, Nehaji.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for answering all the queries of the participants. And I cannot see any more queries from the participants
Okay.
now. I hope that they are done with whatever has been delivered. And
Okay.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable time to
Yeah.
this FTP. And just I would like to appreciate all the knowledge that you have shared through this presentation and this session. So
Yeah.
thank you so much, sir, for
Yeah.
being a part of this FDP, and we
Yeah.
look forward to be connected in
Yeah. Sure.
further upcoming FDPs as well.
Sure. Sure.
And
Yeah.
thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, so before you close it, I just want to apologize because at the beginning we got some glitch. So I was not sure attended the Cisco WebEx meeting, but I never presented over it. So maybe there was some initial glitch because of it. So I'm sorry for that, and I apologize to all the participants because otherwise we could have discussed these points in a more detail with the examples. But I believe that with this basic understanding, if you can follow these slides, I think you'll get this. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Sir,
you.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So to all the participants, the speaker for the next session has already connected and he is amongst us. And I would just like you all to have a break and we'll get connected. Generally, the time is for 12:15 and it's already 12:11. So we can all take a 10 minutes break and then we can just join back for the next session. The next session will be hosted by Miss Anushri. She is also here with us.
I think we can join at 12:30.
All right, ma'am. So, as advised by Professor Nidhi Goyal, so we'll be joining by 12:30, so that the participants may have a good break. And so, looking forward to all the participants to join back. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
आप प्रेजेंट हैं? आप कौन अभी होस्ट कौन करेगा? अनुश्री?
हाँ, sir. I will be the host now.
Okay.
So, sir, you can share your screen. Right? You can check the
Yeah,
settings if it is proper or not.
अभी उनका ना जो प्रीवियस स्पीकर थे ना, उनका स्क्रीन ऑलरेडी शेयर है.
Sir, actually, next he will be taking session after you again, but now you will be taking it. So you can share your screen.
ये तो डिजेबल कर देना मैडम उनका स्क्रीन. ओके.
हाँ, आपको मैंने अभी प्रेजेंटर बना दिया है. You can share your screen. Because we were facing some technical glitch in the previous session, so that's why I'm saying it's better.
Madam, already in the screen the previous slide is there. It needs to be disabled first. No.
Okay. Are you not able to share, sir, from your side?
Just a minute. Let me check.
Actually, I'm the host and I have already make you as a presenter.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, is it visible?
Yeah, sir, it's visible now.
Okay. थोड़ा सा मुझे अभी निधि मैडम से मेरा बात हुई थी. ये जो मोस्टली आई थिंक मोस्टली जो अटेंडेंट्स जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, ये कितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स है? टोटल हंड्रेड्स में है.
हाँ सर.
अच्छा, तो स्टूडेंट्स भी है कुछ?
Students, most of them are scholars and faculty members.
ओके, राइट. नहीं, मैंने इसीलिए पूछ रहा था क्योंकि ना मेरे क्रिप्टोग्राफी कंटेंट है.
Okay.
तो मैंने बात कर रहा था उनको, थोड़ा सा मैथमेटिक्स है, दैट इज द रीजन. अदरवाइज तो जनरल टॉपिक है ये. बट
जी. All the participants will join at 12:30. Actually, in the previous session, we have announced it that
Okay,
they all
no
will be
issue, no
joining at
issue.
12:30. Yeah.
It's fine. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Somebody has wished me anyhow.
Hello. Sir, am I audible to you? Am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible, audible.
Okay. So we can start our session now. Most of our attendees has already joined.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Let me
Good
share.
afternoon, all. Sir.
Let me.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Anushri from Electronics and Communication Engineering Department welcomes you all again. For this session, we have Professor A.K. Mohapatra with us. Professor A.K. Mohapatra is presently Head of Department of Information and Technology at Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. He completed his PhD in IT from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University and MTech in Computer Science from ISM Dhanbad. His areas of specialization are cryptography, information security, and network security. He has published more than 24 research papers in reputed international journals and national journals as well. Along with this, he has many other conferences also. Professor Mohapatra has been awarded as the University Best Teacher at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi for the year 2006-2007 and as Career Guru in 2013. Prior to joining Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, he has worked as an associate professor at USICT, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi. Today, Professor Mohapatra is going to share his insights on the topic cyber security threat, landscape and challenges. So, I request Professor Mohapatra to address the audience.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your nice introduction. Actually, let me briefly introduce. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Though my area of expertise is cryptography, I have certain PhD scholars, they are working under me, and also some of them are already been awarded. But prior to joining, I think as the head of the department, I was in deputation at Delhi Police for 3 years as Chief Technical Officer. And there actually, I mainly worked on cyber threat. Mostly I talked about that is called your cyber threats and particularly cyber security forum. And in Delhi Police, we have many, I think, world-class SciPad. You must be knowing about Center SciPad, which is in nearby IP University. There you will find that one of the it is one of the latest and sophisticated cyber forensics labs of Delhi Police, where I had contributed some of the events there also. Therefore, this is the motivations to give awareness about cyber threat and what is the landscape. That is actually the objective of today's class. What I got information from the HOD Electronics that most of the faculties are, most of the participants, they are faculties, PhD scholars working in engineering colleges, and some of the faculty, they are from schools also. Therefore, the slides has been made slightly generic, as well as if required, then some engineering applications are also been built in. When we talk about cyber threat or cyber security, there is two aspects. One is awareness aspect that everybody must know. The second aspect, which is what is the science behind to build a security application. Then third aspect that is most important, what is the implementation procedure for any cyber security principles. Out of mostly these three, I think, three directions, they are equally and utmost important. Whenever we talk about security, then it is security from any angle. Therefore, any loophole that may cause a damage to the entire information infrastructure protections network. That is the reason whenever we talk about security, then I mean to say people now talk about people, process, and technology. Therefore, we must be updated about the technology. Then we must have the people that need to be skilled on some awareness about the users. Then there must be a process that need to be followed in order to maintain the cybersecurity management. When we talk about the cybersecurity research, I mean to say the behind the cybersecurity, particularly since I am from the cryptographic background, then I must say about some concepts of cryptography, which based on certain mathematics. Therefore, only 12th class mathematics is sufficient. We do not talk about so much of what in the previous slides is talk about almost all mathematics, but we do not need to understand more, I think, complex mathematics. It is mostly on number theoretical aspects and some probability. I'll give you certain examples how mathematics is a tool that helps to provide security sciences to building cybersecurity applications. Therefore, let me zoom the slide. Yeah. Therefore, we'll talk about the nomenclature, because in order to get the details about cybersecurity, we must understand what is actually the nomenclatures, because we must be using certain terminology throughout our class. Then we talk about the privacy preservation. This is one of the important goal in almost all citizens. Whenever we talk about privacy preservation, I'm not talking about the privacy in computation. I'm talking about privacy preservation, because almost in my if you go to the cyber crime portal, that is, if you go to the NCRB portal or any SOTIN portal or any portals or any law enforcement agencies portal, then people talk about that identity theft, that my identity, my data has been leaked, my phone number has been hacked, my Facebook has been impersonated, like that. Therefore, we'll talk about what is privacy preservation. If we talk about privacy preservation, there are two aspects. One is called identity preservation. That means without knowing the identity, how I can compute. Because in case of COVID, last, I think the cyber crime that has been surging ahead. Therefore, let us take, we need some of the statistics about how many people having COVID and having diabetic and having blood pressure. Therefore, if you go to each one by one, therefore, it is quite difficult, because this relates to privacy of a particular patient or a particular person. Therefore, we may not need to reveal the names, but we need to count how many these types of people. Therefore, in order to compute certain things, privacy preservation computation is now in demand in ICT world. That means I need the statistics. In order to maintain the statistics or in order to manage certain things, I must need how many people are there. Next, actually, the advocacy is here. That is GDPR, that is General Data Privacy Protection Rules, that is already implemented or that is enacted in European Union, and India is also planning to have a GDPR type of law. That means my privacy need to be preserved, or privacy should not be compromised on any times. Therefore, privacy, in other words, I can say that privacy is one of the fundamental rights that need to be taken care of. I think soon this law will be, I think, managed. Similarly, whenever there is a government decision or this is the decision from the citizens, then automatically the technology needs to be blended like that. Therefore, whenever the computations earlier, whenever we talk about the communications, therefore mostly the communication is need to be built in a TLS platform, that is called, for provide security. We have TLS, transport layer security, in order to, whenever we talk about whether it is a e-commerce application, whether it is online transactions, whether it is email transactions, then we talk about to secure our transport layer. No doubt in every layer of the networking, we have certain security phenomenon, but mostly whenever we talk about a communication, then because this layer, transport layer, because you all are from network backgrounds, I hope, therefore, there is actually, if you talk about the transport layer, network layer, and I think the data link layer, that is actually the lower level layers. but upper layers, that is application layer, which generally we generally write applications. Therefore, from this application to the transport, that is actually the interface where we talk about security. That layer provides transport layer security. And earlier it is version 2, transport TLS 2.0. Sometimes people talk about secured socket layer. Socket is in between these two layers, from upper higher layer to the lower layer. Therefore, sometimes the TLS is known as secured socket layer, SSL 2.0. Whenever you are going to I think transact any e-commerce transactions, then you will find in the I think lower part of your browser, that means the transaction is based on a secured socket layer, SSL. Now SSL 2.0, that is again vulnerable. I mean to say privacy can be leaked, and somebody if get to breach or get to intercept, it can be possible. Therefore, mostly law enforcement agencies, they can able to intercept. Not only law enforcement agencies, hackers also can intercept between the communications between for a person to a source to the destination. Therefore, then the new security trend comes, what we call WhatsApp type of security, what we call end-to-end encryption. That means if a message is being communicated from a device or a computer to another device, therefore the message need to be encrypted. In earlier also there was encryption in SSL 2.0, that is also encrypted. But let us talk about WhatsApp. What happens, you see, what I mean to say, there is a computational secure algorithm. Let us talk about AES 256 is the key. Computational it is secure. That means we do not have any computational infrastructure which can decrypt that that algorithm. That's why the message is secure. That means only the message have the key. Therefore, the key is being inbuilt in the devices. The device itself have the key, and automatically it will encrypt. And in the air, nobody can able to interpret. Everybody can able to intercept. If I can able to intercept, then I cannot able to interpret, or what we call, we cannot able to decrypt, because the message is encrypted in such a high secured algorithm that it cannot be decrypted. That is the reason that in law enforcement agencies, and particularly WhatsApp, gives more privacy rather than national. People talk about, okay, it is quite difficult to face the communication between WhatsApp. Therefore, if you talk about, similarly, we have certain Telegram and others, they have similar type of encryption mechanism. That means they have end-to-end type of encryption, where in the air, somebody can able to intercept, but it cannot be interpreted. Therefore, if you go to the terrorist organizations, even if I know certain organizations where we work on open source intelligence, there we find that actually the terrorists, they are also the criminals, they are having a group. They are not using WhatsApp as well as Telegram type of, they have their own, I think, communication mechanism where end-to-end encryption is deployed. Therefore, it is quite difficult, because we know that AES 256 is quite unbreakable. That's why the law enforcement agencies like police or the defense, they struggle to get what actually the messages. Only there is another way how this privacy is compromised, how I can get we can get the message. That is a different way. We cannot say that it is actually under the law or a legal, or what we called legal interception of the messages. But there is certain way. Suppose I want to intercept some of the messages of the WhatsApp messages from a person, but I cannot intercept from the air and get able to decrypt it. But there is other mechanisms that police are using, but it is not actually, I mean to say, somehow I have to go to the device, and in the device level, I can fetch the data. Then what is the way I can go to the device? Suppose X is a person, I want to go inside her or his device. Therefore, what I do? Generally, I can put a malware agent in her device or in his device in order to get to activate. This is how, what we can say, my mobile phone is hacked, or I can, my email is being. Therefore, even if in India you see, if you come across with any cyber security incidents like forging of your accounts, मेरे अकाउंट से पैसा चला गया है, मैं तो शेयर नहीं किया था. There are many, I think, screen sharing apps. Automatically एक OTP आया, मैंने click कर दिया, पता नहीं चला. I mean to say the app is being installed in my device, and that itself provides all sorts of messages to the hacker or to the party. That's why TLS 2. This is applicable in mobile devices. Now TLS 3.0 is going to be enacted, or I mean to say going to be implemented in almost all browsers, where it is end-to-end encryption in case of your VoIP or in your internet also. Then it is quite difficult to, because once it is TLS 3.0, again exactly the end-to-end encryption mechanism will be followed. Then it is quite difficult to interpret the internet messages from the web. There are two recent things, two advantages. One advantage is, okay, being a citizen, privacy is obviously, no doubt, it is being impacted. But in other words, the security agencies, they are struggling to get what actually their message is. Suppose I am a criminal, I'm using, my attempt is malicious, I'm using certain, I think, criminal activities, or suppose I'm a terrorist, I mean to say I am having certain communication. Therefore, the law enforcement agencies may struggle to get what the communication in between X and Y. The third aspect will be technically what happens, you see, because suppose a malware is being encrypted or trafficked, I mean to say a malware is being embedded and it is being going through the traffic, then what happens, you see, therefore, whenever a malware or a virus is being transmitted, then it need to be accessed or decrypted, or its signature need to be validated. Therefore, if the packet is encrypted itself, therefore the firewalls and others, I mean to say that the security aspects can be compromised. Therefore, it is quite difficult to understand whether the packet is a malicious packet or a genuine packet, or whether it contains any virus or any malicious code or not. Therefore, because I cannot able to decrypt it, therefore TLS 3.0, which is going to be, I think, very soon. I'm a part of that TLS drafting committee from India while I was in Delhi police. Therefore, I know that actually, even if no research is, because this is just going to be published, abhi tak published hua hi nahi. And in European Union, some of the companies, some of the browsers, they are having TLS 3.0, but it is going to be. But where actually GDPR, I mean to say, based on the general data protection rules, or what I mean to say that to giving privacy is highest importance, therefore TLS 3.0 is to be built. It is just like in WhatsApp type of communication, where we have end-to-end encryption schemes. There are 2-3 aspects. One, we will get the privacy of the citizens, no doubt. In other words, we have certain law, I mean to say national security can also be taken care of properly. The third concepts will be, we must have, I think, certain mechanism to intercept the packets, to understand whether the packet contains certain malware or not. Therefore, the firewall, what I can say that is actually the SOC Security Operations Center, and other actually, they need to be updated properly, or we must have certain predictive type of calculus, or we must have certain encrypted computation. We need to compute in the encrypted platform. And therefore, again, there is a mathematical concept. In cryptography, they have 2 things. This is a brief introduction that I will discuss about the motivations that is slightly technical and mostly non-technical also. Therefore, it is a mixture of all the technical and non-technical components. Therefore, I think almost all will get some idea about, if not 100%, but you will get actually the idea about what is going on inside the computation in networks. Then we'll talk about the recent cyber attacks, trends and taxonomy. What is actually the topic to be discussed today. Here actually I will be talking about the recent trends and the taxonomy. Taxonomy is the landscape. What is actually the landscape? We talk about the browser, we talk about the operating system, we talk about the network, we talk about the industry. Therefore, we have certain things. Then recent attacks, Redico type of attack that is happening. And India, even if we saw every day many attacks, if you go to the NCRB, you go to the SOT, then you will find out what type of attacks that is actually. Then one major issues, if you are actually taking some security solutions, that is actually IoT. IoT security is a major challenge, because almost all smart cities, they have IoTs inbuilt in almost all applications. Therefore, we have a safe city projects in Delhi, particularly because I was associated with this CCTV Safe City project of Delhi. where 2 lakhs, I think CCTVs that need to be installed in Delhi government. Delhi government has announced that 2 lakh CCTVs that will be installed in almost all parts of the Delhi city. And even if Delhi police, they are having 10,000 cameras that will be installed in almost all strategic parts of the city. And you see, these CCTV comes into the category of Internet of Things, because the CCTV is not simply a CCTV camera. It is not a closed circuit television. It has a computer inside that. We have a DVR, we have a NVR, and we even if that is a power on Ethernet, I think cabling. That means it takes the power from the Ethernet. Then the data, the video streams that need to be transmitted through a transmitting media. We have fiber cable optics, fiber cabling systems. Then we have, even if we have a data center to process the data, then the predictive policing or predictive application is being managed. Inside there is a big data application. The inputs are 24/7 feeds. Therefore, we have a huge database or data center that is managing this. Therefore, ultimately, you see, from if the endpoint device is the CCTV, then it needs to be networked, and the network coming to the data center. From the CCTV to data center, from the data center we have many, what we call, this is critical information infrastructure applications. If we talk about any law enforcement agencies, for particularly just like a defense criteria or a police organizations, we have many PCR calls are there. We have, cyber cell applications are there. You have thousands of citizen-centric services. If you go to the Delhi police 100 dial, it is now 112 dial. If you talk about cyber 152662660. If you talk about even if women helpline 1091. Therefore, all these things that is network. The call falls on the, on the data center. There actually some manually or automatically that is being operated. Therefore, if my CCTVs or IoT devices is compromised, it is happening. If it is compromised, then automatically it comes to my data center, then my critical information infrastructure can be paralyzed. Therefore, law enforcement, it's just like I'm giving an example. If you talk about a power grid system, it happens through a Mirai attack, that the IoT, from the camera, the attack happens, it paralyzed the entire stock exchange server. So that is actually, therefore, we'll talk about one of the case study that why we'll be taking care of the security of the IoT devices that is being built on smart city and safe city projects. Because it is not only the camera. Again, you will find out many of the cameras, they do not have any administrative password. Suppose if you are staying in a resident, welfare society, then the RWS, what happens, there is CCTVs. You know who is operating. You do not have any rules. You do not have any standard actually where the feeds are there, because it is being managed the security guard room. It is happening. While there is a survey, I found that most of the CCTVs control room that is based on the security guard room. The security guard room is in charge of these feeds. Therefore, who can collect the feed? There is no rule actually. Even if the security guards, if I will give them 10,000 rupees, he can give me 1 month data also. This is happening. Therefore, CCTV, even if you go to the schools also, if you go to the universities, therefore you will find that I will show you how these CCTV cameras can be compromised, how we can get the streaming videos. आप आराम से देख सकते हैं घर पे वीडियो आपकी पड़ोसी क्या कर रहा है. Therefore, this is actually because we are not very much aware. हमको पता नहीं, we do not have this, the lack of awareness. Therefore, awareness is one of an important angle to understand the cyber security. Then we must have a technology to understand the technical components. Then we must have a process to follow. Suppose if I have a policy, हमने resident welfare association में policy बनाया कि everybody should have a login name, password, and other things. If it is not implemented, therefore there must be a process, whether it is need to be audited. If it is audited, then how many days it needs to be taken care of. That is actually. This is a brief introduction about how I will go in the next 1 hour. Therefore, the nomenclature, I'm just giving a brief introduction. Therefore, if you talk about cybersecurity, talk about the electronic devices and its associated data and information. When you talk about the informations, again, there is many types of informations, whether the information is required, whether the information is strategic, whether the information is personal. Therefore, based on the type of information, you need to devise your own security mechanism. Just a brief introduction, because we will be come across with certain nomenclature in the next. Therefore, if you talk about the cyber security, these are the three aspects that need to be taken care of. One is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Where confidentiality, that means whenever the data is intercepted, then it should not be interpreted. That is simply English. There कोई भी मैं data ले लिया कोई बात नहीं, उसको कोई knowledge gain नहीं किया. Therefore, the gain of information is totally zero. Therefore, in the entropy concepts, we can understand what is actually the confidentiality means. If we know the happenings, if we do not know the output, therefore some sorts of cryptographic mechanism that will be applied to provide the data, whether it is need to be confidential and how confidentiality can be achieved. Mostly we use cryptography or encryption decryption mechanism to achieve, because it is based on certain key. If I am having the perfect key or if I am having the exact key, then I can able to decrypt and encrypt. But if the key can be compromised, then what is the guarantee that the attacker, the somebody cannot have the key? Therefore, key management, key exchange, that is another science to come up. Therefore, that is actually the mathematics to provide the solution. What type of key is required? What randomness is required? Therefore, when we talk about mostly about confidentiality, we talk about 2-3 concepts. One is called diffusion, confusion, and randomness. Mostly random number plays an important role in cryptography. आप लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की फैकल्टीज एंड रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स है, therefore random, if we talk about random, we talk about pseudo random numbers, because we cannot create perfect random numbers. Therefore, what is perfect random number? That means if all the events are equally probable. Therefore, if we talk about tossing a coin, therefore I know that the probability of getting head is exactly equal to probability of getting a tail, that is 0.5, 1/2. Therefore, all the bits is equal probable without any conditions. That means we can have that concept, then we can have a perfect random number. But whenever we will compute through a computer, generally आप लोग मैथ में, अब जब मैथ लैब में काम करते हैं ना, हमने randomness टेस्ट करते हैं. There are many tests, frequency monobit, the chi-square test, chi-square test, and many tests. Therefore, you can find out whether the number is perfectly random or how randomness is approached. But I'm not going through the mathematics of the random number, but you know that it is quite difficult, even if impossible, to get information theoretical concepting about random numbers, or perfect numbers, random numbers cannot be built. It is because it is based on certain seeds. Therefore, Marcinet Twister, which is the father of all random numbers, that means whether it is MATLAB, whether it is C, C++, that based on certain, I mean how the periodicity will change. Therefore, now the conclusion about here is we do not have a perfect random number mechanism, pseudo random numbers, but we are trying our best to achieve the randomness of the random number. Therefore, we can say that information theoretical cryptography concepts talk about confidentiality proposed by Shannon's information theory that is quite impossible to achieve. Since perfect security cannot be achieved, because it talks about the probability of knowing a concept to finding the output, finding the ciphertext with a condition, if exactly equal with a particular conditions, then we can achieve. But however, we have now, since this information theoretical cryptography cannot be achieved, we have experimental cryptography. What we call this is actually, I mean to say that mathematical, is there any mathematics that provides exactly that type of security? We have certain, because we do not have a computational infrastructure or computational security, because perfect security cannot be actually theoretically achieved, but experimentally cannot be achieved. Therefore, we talk about, I mean to say, computational security. That means we do not have a computational infrastructure to compute certain things. That is the basis. Since it is not possible, therefore it is there. When it is possible, then my security may collapse. But till now, I do not have a computer or a computer algorithm to compute certain problems in mathematics. That's why I'm okay. Therefore, all these things, this is confidentiality means whenever I am sending a message, the message need not to be interpreted by illegal users. It can be intercepted because the message can be transmitted in an insecure channel. Therefore, ये तो public switch telephonic network में जाएगा ही जाएगा, because I cannot have a dedicated path for every user. 4 लोग हैं तो 3 path होगा. If 10 to the power 5 user, 10 to the power 5 factorial में आएगा, then it is quite possible to provide dedicated private channel for every user. Therefore, the data need to be transmitted in a public channel. Therefore, it can be intercepted. But once it is intercepted, it should not be interpreted. Therefore, it can be achieved by certain computational mathematical procedure, which is we call this is encryption and decryption. This is a very slight introduction about confidentiality. The second aspect of the services, the objective will be we must need achieve to integrity. Therefore, it is quite possible that whenever a message need to be transmitted from a sender to a receiver, then the exact intact whatever the exact content of the message that need to be delivered. Whenever there is a change of the message content, that need to be, I think, detected as well as informed. But you see, in electronics, you have many error checking mechanism, but that is not applicable in your cryptographic applications. Therefore, like your parity bit type of things, that is not acceptable. Therefore, we have certain mechanism, what we call digesting, message digest, or we can say hashing algorithms. Therefore, it is mathematically, it is guaranteed that, okay, any change in the input that reflects in the output, that nobody from the output get to know what is the input is. That means by knowing X, mathematically how this concept can be understood, by knowing X, a function is being called a hashing function or integrity function, fx is computed by knowing X, let it will be y equal to fx. By knowing X, through f, I can compute y, but my knowing y, f is there, but X cannot be computed. If that is achievable, then I can say. Therefore, I can put a mathematical computation in the input of message. Then the digest is transmitted. Any change in the input gives rise to change in the digest. The digest in the receiver end that need to be compared. Therefore, how it will be achieved? It will be achieved again by some mathematical functions. The examples are hashing function, or sometimes it is called secured hash algorithms. पहले message digest था, तभी हम लोग बोलते हैं, okay, the digest has been changed. That means, therefore, whatever you have already read in your communication or network concepts like parity bit or other cyclic redundancy codes, CRC, this is not actually cryptographic acceptable integrity mechanism. But cryptographically, we have a message as a whole that need to be fed to the function. X is a message, H is a function, it do not need a key. Hx is computed, gives rise to y. By knowing y, X cannot be computed. And there are certain other aspects which generally mathematics provide that concept. Therefore, integrity again can be achievable. Again, it is theoretically possible. I mean to say, till now we have, I think we have foolproof integrity mechanism method. The third one is availability. This is the main aspect of cybersecurity. First 1, 2 that talk about the engineering applications, that talk about the mathematics, the computer science to build. Here actually we talk about the network applications. Therefore, my network is perfectly secured so that whenever information is demanded, it need to be available. Suppose my information is there in my data center, but I'm accessing it, I'm not able to retrieving the information. Then what is the need of that? तो मेरे पास पैसा बैंक में है, लेकिन जरूरत के टाइम मुझे मिल नहीं पाया. Then what is that money? Exactly, it is happened. My information is stored somewhere, but I'm not able to see whenever it is on demand. That is actually the availability. Availability is generally compromised due to certain aspects. One aspect is there is a network vulnerability. As other, there is a virus, Trojan, जो भी है. Third vulnerability, that means the user changes the things. Therefore, that the cyber security mostly focus on all this. Therefore, any security services, whenever it is built, this nomenclature is frequently used. But the engineering, if you are a computer science or engineering graduate or you're doing PhD, therefore, actually, this is the generic, I think, wording. But the science of achieving this is totally mathematics. What is mathematics? We achieve confidentiality through encryption. encryption based on key based on randomness. Therefore, randomness based on an algorithm. Similarly, we have certain key algorithms. Now the question comes: we have sufficient algorithms, but now if we talk about this wireless applications, if we talk about this IoT applications, then the encryption schemes earlier proposed, that is need to be changed now. Why? Because there is a constraints of energy, that's the constraints of computation. Because because I do not have a battery. I think the laptop computation and a camera computation is quite difficult. Similarly, because I am having a watch, I am a body worn camera, and there is a very I think the sale is very limited. Therefore, we need lightweight. Therefore, again, if you talk about that is actually the research areas where people can, even if in university in IGDTU, 2-3 people, because cryptography, since it is based on mostly mathematics, and now the demand is on mostly machine learning. We have a data, then we will data analytics. But here actually, if you understand, if you somebody has an interest about the codings and about your cryptography, again, coding is different from cryptographic encryption, because you must be I think being an electronics faculty, you must be aware about mostly coding theory. But here actually, we will be based on the keys. Key management is one of the important criteria. How the key will be created, how the key will be exchanged, how the key will be, suppose there are 10 people, 10 से 5 लोगों के पास ऐसे ही मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन भेजना है, कोई भी 5 आ जाए, how to compute in an untrusty environment, मुझे 5-10 लोगों को पता नहीं, somebody sitting in Calcutta, somebody here, somebody therefore we have certain another application that is coming up, blockchaining. And even if the cryptography has been changed drastically from the last couple of years, we have your cryptocurrency, we have your blockchaining, we have many privacy preserving computations that I will be homomorphic encryption, that I will be giving very slightly, because that depends upon your likeliness or interesting level, whether you will be getting the details or not. But this is talk about these 3 aspects that will be commonly used in almost all applications. What I discussed, that is morely classified, because the slides are from NIST. This is National Institute of Science and Technology. Therefore, talks about confidentiality, protecting information from unauthorized access and disclosure. इसका मतलब है कि कोई इंटरसेप्ट कर लेता है, उसको इंटरप्रेट ना कर पाए कोई. Examples, mostly, therefore you must have, because the information gain is totally zero. Similarly, integrity, protecting information from unauthorized modifications. कोई modify किया तो उसको पता ना चले what is actually the concept is. Someone alters the payroll information or a proposed product design, then he cannot. Then availability, मैंने आपको बता दिया, मुझे जब जरूरत है, whenever I need, it needs to be available. When there is a demand, it should be available. जब जरूरत नहीं है, वो ना. Then I'll talk about identity preservation. You must be boring about all this, knowing, listening all such mathematics. Let us talk this too. Then we'll be talking about the cyber threat. If you talk about identity preservation, let us give an example. There are students. Madam Anusri, how many students are here? Students, actually graduates. हमारे बीटेक बच्चे हैं कोई? Now all are faculty.
BTech students are not there.
Okay, then I could. Let us take. आपको एक assignment दिया. ये मेरा example नहीं. It is the example of Bimal Rai sir. Bimal Rai is one of the guru of cryptography in India. Padma Shri. Bimal Rai sir, ये ISI के crypto group का HOD है. मैं उन्हीं का example ले रहा हूँ. ये मेरा example नहीं है. उन्होंने भी, मैं भी उनका student हूँ, तो मैंने सुना भी हूँ उनका actually lectures काफी. तो आइडेंटिटी प्रिजर्वेशन का एक छोटा सा बहुत बढ़िया एग्जांपल उन्होंने दिए. लेट अस कंप्यूट हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स इन द हॉस्टल में अल्कोहल बच्चे पीते हैं, चाहे पता चले ना पता चले, स्टूडेंट्स कंज्यूम अल्कोहल. हमारे टाइम में भी कॉलेज में जब हम पढ़ते थे, पीपल यूज टू कंज्यूम अल्कोहल्स, हॉस्टल में रहते हैं. बट यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटीज को पता नहीं चलता है वेदर बच्चे पीते हैं कि नहीं पीते हैं. बट इन इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस इट इज हैपनिंग दैट रैगिंग होता था पहले, रैगिंग तो बैंड हो चुका है, आई शुड नॉट, but alcohol is totally strictly prohibited in the campus, but somehow in the events people used to. It is a naked truth. Now the question comes, let us give the example. How many students, let us the HOD ask, how many students they are consuming alcohol in the hostel? दो एस्पेक्ट होगा. अब बच्चों के पूछे कि तुम अल्कोहल पिया था, कोई बताएगा नहीं. बच्चे को बता दिया जाएगा, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया जाएगा. ओके, आप ट्रस्टली बता दो, मैं एक गेम बताऊंगा, बेस्ड ऑन द गेम आपने वो बताओगे. दिस इज नॉट माई एग्जाम्पल, मैं बता रहा हूँ, इट इज एक्चुअली प्रोफेसर बिमोल राय सर से एग्जाम्पल. आई एम उन्हीं का ही कॉपी का मैं बता रहा हूँ. तो उन्होंने क्या बताया, जनरली हाउ यू सी हाउ मैथमेटिक्स सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम, द ऑब्जेक्टिव इज लाइक दैट. तो उन्होंने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट बताया कि कागज में टुकड़ा बता दिए, नाम बता दिए, नाम नहीं बताएंगे, सब बच्चों को बता दिया आपने. सपोज 400 बच्चे हैं, 400 बच्चों को 400 कागज टुकड़ा दे दिया. आप ये काम करो, वी डू नॉट नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड योर नेम. आपने आपका रूम में जाओ और लिख दो, इफ यू आर कंज्यूमिंग अल्कोहल, कैप्स वाई लिखो, बट ट्रस्टफुल. assumption is you have to be trustfully writing, because we do not need your name and roll number. कैपिटल वाई और कैपिटल एन लिखना. तो बच्चों ने फिर, बिकॉज आई नीड टू एक्सपेरिमेंट इट, और दैट्स वाई बच्चों को थोड़ा सा लगा कि चलो हम बता सकते हैं, बिकॉज वो रूम में जाएंगे, लिख देंगे इफ दे आर कंज्यूमिंग अल्कोहल दे विल राइट वाई, इफ नॉट राइट नो एन. तो देयर इज ओके, कोई लिख रहा है, बट दिस असम्पशन दे मस्ट बी ट्रस्ट वर्दी टू राइट वाई और एन. तो उन्होंने, और सेकंड बोले अपना, और एक एग्जांपल देना कि हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स दे आर born between 1st January to June 30. दैट मीन्स टोटल 1st January to December 12 महीना होता है, फर्स्ट 6 महीने में कौन पैदा हुए हैं. दैट मीन्स द डेट ऑफ बर्थ फॉल्स इन बिटवीन 1 जनवरी टू जून 30 के बीच में कितना बच्चे पैदा होंगे, मतलब हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स एक्चुअली किसका बर्थडे फॉल कर रहा है. तो देयर आर द टू. आप ये दोनों को दोनों प्रॉब्लम्स दिया जाएगा. नाउ यू सी आइडेंटिटी प्रिजर्वेशन इज आई नीड टू कंप्यूट हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स दे आर कंज्यूमिंग अल्कोहल, but without knowing the identity of every person. You got it now? What I mean to say, मुझे compute करना है, that is actually called identity preservation, because now identity is preserved because only capital Y है. By knowing capital Y or N, I cannot able to understand who actually the person writes Y, because तभी मैं capital लिखा, small में पता चल जाएगा उसका resemble हो रहा है handwriting, but whenever it is capital Y तो पता नहीं चलेगा, और capital N में पता नहीं चलेगा, because almost all are equal having handwriting. Therefore, I cannot able to understand who is actually who write Y for the first question. Therefore, but I can compute how many identity, how many students they are actually consuming alcohol. Now there are two problems. ये तो हो गया आइडेंटिटी प्रिजर्वेशन, बट उसमें डाटा तो प्रिजर्व हो गया, कौन सी बच्चे कौन सी आंसर दिया, तभी तो फिर डाटा भी प्रिजर्व नहीं हो पाया. Therefore, the second question will be, therefore now there are two questions. One is consuming alcohol, yes, no. Then for birthday falls in between January to June. The two questions. Therefore, again I am anonymizing who can answer what. Therefore, I am using a coin tossing example. Coin tossing का मतलब होता है, मैंने head कोई आंसर दिया, वो पहला क्वेश्चन बताएगा, tail आंसर दिया तो सेकंड क्वेश्चन बताएगा. You got it? What I mean to say, if somebody answers Y, नहीं tail, मैंने head मैंने क्लिक किया तो रोल नंबर 1, बेस्ड ऑन द, आपने अपना रूम पे जाके कॉइन टॉस करो, आपका हेड आंसर मिला तो यू राइट द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, आपका टेल आंसर मिला देन यू राइट द सेकंड क्वेश्चन. नाउ इट इज इक्वल प्रोबेबल, because you see I know that, therefore yes no that will be equal to 200 होंगे, because total 400 students. Therefore first question का probability is exactly equal to the second question's probability. Now second question is equal probable, whereas first question answer is not equal probable. हॉस्टल में बहुत कम बच्चे दारू पीते हैं, hardly few. वो हॉस्टल जो बॉयज होते हैं, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द बॉयज हॉस्टल, हार्डली 10-12 बच्चे. therefore they are not equal probable, but birthday falls in between January to June, this is equal probable. जनवरी टू जून में सपोज 40 बच्चे होंगे, आई मीन टू से, और जून 30 टू दिसंबर में उतना है. therefore I mean to say, let us come to the first example. So now let us talk about sorry, ओके मैं एग्जांपल आपको बता देता हूं सो दैट आपका दिस इज एक्चुअली मैं आपको बता रहा था दिस इज द एग्जांपल folded with a piece of paper number of students born between 1st January to 30th June. Why not? This is the two games they need to play based on the methodology tossing a coin. Why? मैंने बताया था tossing a coin is equal probable. There is no bias. Head answer first, tail जो होगा तो second answer देंगे. Outcome मैंने देखा कि 134 comes as yes, 266 comes as no. Why this is indifferent? Because alcohol जो है this is biased. I mean to say 50% I think equal probable नहीं है, कम बच्चे पीते होंगे. Second question equal होगा. Therefore 266 no, 134 yes. Now probability of yes in the second question 200 ही होगा. Probability of yes total 200 second question जो आंसर देंगे कितना होगा 200 because yes no के बेसिस में है ना. Therefore total 400 है. तो 400 yes करेंगे. I mean to say फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर देंगे. सेकंड क्वेश्चन हेड तो 200 होगा. 200 टेल भी होगा. Therefore probability of yes in the second question is 200. How many of them answer the first question? This is the question. Now I have found that out of 200 जो सेकंड क्वेश्चन दिए मतलब आंसर दिए हैं उसमें 100 yes करेंगे because equal probable होगा because it is actually assumption है. I mean to say 1st January to June 30. Therefore I found that 100 must be answer yes from the second question. Therefore out of 134 how many left? 34 left. 34 must have answered in the first questions. Therefore what is the probability percentage that consuming alcohol? That is 34 by 200 into 100, that is 17%. Therefore in the hostel I found that 17% of the students they have consumed alcohol. That is actually the example is here. I am preserving the privacy of the person, but I can able to compute provided there are many assumptions in this game. The second question is I am also preserving the data. That means कौन बच्चे फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर दिए कौन सी बच्चे सेकंड क्वेश्चन वो भी मुझे पता नहीं. So all are y, but however I can compute that is 34%. Therefore probability or statistics plays a important role in this that is how called identity. I'm just giving an example. ये properly accepted नहीं है mathematically, but identity preservation is Facebook. Identity there are many more concepts that is coming. Blockchain is the recent technique how identity is preserved. Now this is actually the basics of identity preservation. The second concept that is actually when we talk about cryptography, we'll talk about big numbers. So that is one of another concept. When we talk about big numbers, what big is? Generally, when we talk about big, it is 256 bits. It talks about 1024 bits. जब बात करते हैं 1024 और 256 डेसिमल में हम जब बात करें it talks about 80 digits 80 डिजिट जब होता है उसको सी प्रोग्रामिंग सीपीपी और कोई प्रोग्राम इतना आसानी से कंप्यूट नहीं होता जनरली. मैं आपको बताता हूं अन एक्सपोनेंशियल मैथमेटिक्स दैट इज एक्चुअली प्लेज एन इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. देयरफॉर these are the two basics nomenclature that is I'm not going through the details of cryptography but और दो तीन चीज बता देता हूं. There are so many mathematical procedures where actually mostly we talk about identity preservation. I mean to say just like integer factorization is a problem. It is quite difficult to factorize a composite number into its primes. Still it is not unsolvable in computer. That means आप बोलोगे कि 125 को तो मैंने फैक्टर कर लिया 25 5, 36 को फैक्टर कर लिया 6 6, बट प्राइम फैक्टर में कितना होगा 36 का प्राइम फैक्टर में 2 3 आएंगे. Or similarly we'll talk about the prime numbers because prime numbers plays the building of any numbers because any 100 if it is a composite number it can be factored into primes 2 to the power 2 into 5 to the power 2. So therefore any composite number when it is factored then it needs to be in primes. Therefore prime number is the important concept in cryptography. I'm not discussing details but two numbers can be multiplied easily. But composite number, if P1 and P2 are two numbers, then P1 and into P2 can be computed to give rise to Q, where Q is a composite number. If Q is 256, Q is 256, then the n, the number which is being multiplied, is being derived by multiplying p and q, then n is 5512 bits. Then you see it is easily, but n cannot be t-factored or factored into its primes. It is not easy. Therefore, since this factorization is not possible by a infrastructure, computational infrastructure, that's why we can say the algorithms which are based on these principles are secure. But what we call, they are called computational secure. They are not perfect secure. Computational secure means whenever I am having a computer to solve this, then my security can be compromised. Right? This is actually some concepts. Let me give another example. I'm not going to the symmetric encryption, all this mathematics, but थोड़ा सा मैंने आपको और एक because I'll talk about this. Let us give a privacy in searching a query in Google. तो मैंने कुछ query सोचा, how many, suppose मैंने privacy को सर्च किया, है ना? आप एक सर्च करते हो गूगल में, आपको पता नहीं मैं कोई अंग्रेजी यूथानसिया एक कॉन्सेप्ट वर्ड है, इंग्लिश क्या होता है, मैंने सर्च किया, एग्जाम चल रहा है. What is the word, the name euthanasia? Euthanasia means this is the mercy killing. कोई बहुत बीमार है, वो बोलता है कि मुझे मार दिया जाए, मैं इतना सही नहीं कर पाऊंगा. इट इज इलीगल. अभी भी ना कुछ कंट्रीज में उसको बताते हैं कि वो इट इज लीगल, बट सम कंट्रीज दे आर नॉट. वो बहुत पेनफुल कंडीशंस में किसी का डेथ किया जाए. तो सपोज इसका वर्ड मुझे पता नहीं, व्हाट इज एक्स, में सर्च कर रहा हूँ, गूगल उसको क्वेरी दे आंसर दे रहा है. बट डू यू नो प्राइवेसी? प्राइवेसी का मतलब होता है व्हाट एवर आई एम सर्चिंग इट नीड टू बी रिवील्ड. बट हियर एक्चुअली एक्स को मैंने सर्च किया तो एफ एक्स आया. नाउ इफ एक्स इज बीइंग सर्च्ड इन सिमिलर वे सच दैट एक्स कैन नॉट बी इंटरप्रिटेड in the channel as well as the Google server, can I have any query? No. Suppose then it will be possible if I can encrypt x. तो encrypt x हुआ तो how the computation can be done? So that is again a challenge. Therefore, is there any way that I can compute on an encrypted platform? If it is, then my problem will be solved. But it is not possible. Therefore, up एक second, please, just a minute. Okay. The function f now returns. The function f returns encrypted fx. If it is there, then we can. But in crypto, again mathematics, we have that flexibility. Madam.
Hello. Yes, sir. Your voice is breaking. Hello.
Madam, just a minute. Actually, I got a call from the university. मैं एक मिनट में आपको.
Okay. Meanwhile, if you are facing any queries or if you have any questions, you can mention it in the chat box. I will be asking the same questions on behalf of you. And you can also keep presenter in the loop so that he can also see your queries. We have one message from Mr. Ramesh that please share the presentation. Mr. Ramesh, we will be sharing the presentation if a speaker will allow after the session. We have one more query from Mr. Puneet Kumar. To which extent the machine learning is successful in preventing cyber threats? Mr. Puneet, I will be asking the same question as soon as our speaker will rejoin, because he will be the right person to answer it properly. Our speaker has just disconnected from the WebEx meeting, so he will be joining soon. We have one more query from Ms. Gayatri Chabra. What is basic qualification required for cyber security? Again, I will raising the same question to the speaker as soon as he will come back or he will join our session again. Okay, sorry. We have one more question from Ms. Priyanka. Application of ML in cryptography and also explain crypto analysis. We hope that you all are enjoying our sessions, and you may have find all our sessions are very informative. And we are on the second last day of our 6 days FDP. So okay, I have one more question in my chat box. It is okay. I was saying that you will receive the same PPT if our speaker allow after the session.
Sorry, मेरा actually ना net भी disturb हो गया. I'm so sorry. Am I audible now, Madam Anusri?
Yes, sir, you are audible now,
Oh,
and
what?
you can share your screen also. I have made you presenter as well.
No, this screen is not mine. This screen is something else.
Yeah, you can share your screen now, but I have provided you the rights for the
All of
same.
a sudden, actually, what happens, you see.
Sir, in the meanwhile, we are having some queries from the participants also.
क्वेरीज हम डिस्कस कर लेंगे.
Yeah,
एक्चुअली
yeah.
अभी तक टॉपिक में पहुंच जाते हैं, तो बस हो गया. और क्रिप्टोग्राफी नहीं, विल बी टॉकिंग द थोड़ा बहुत, बिकॉज यू सी कर लेते हैं अभी. वेट ना, राइट. यहाँ तक हमने बता दिए थे. दिस इज देन विल टॉक अबाउट द बिग नंबर्स. यहाँ तक बता दिए. देन विल टॉक अबाउट, मैं जल्दी कंप्लीट कर लेता हूँ, क्वेश्चन भी डिस्कस करेंगे. द मेन टॉपिक विल बी
Yes, sir, sure.
लैंडस्केप. देन व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द engineering part is likelihood and impact. So generally threats, vulnerabilities, likelihood, impact, they are again some terminology that is used. और मैं आपको बताता हूँ that is actually what is threat. Threat मतलब कोई problem होगा, कोई जब problem कोई घर में आप just an example, किसी के घर में चोरी हो रहा है, 2-3 cause हो सकता है, because vulnerable area में रहते होंगे, people are vulnerable. The threat से कि suppose पुरानी घर होगा और properly नहीं होता, आप in the cyber security term, it is talk about mostly the tactics, techniques and procedures. Examples are SQL injection vulnerability. Therefore, for example, you talk about threat because it must be exploited by a vulnerability. The vulnerabilities can be, I mean to say, let us talk about, I'm using an old technology. Suppose aapke, let us take in a C language, the memory is faulty. Java, C++, I mean to say they have, there is, in other words, what we call that is your array out of bound exception handling mechanism are there. Suppose हम C में application build कर रहे हैं, उसमें there is no error because the memory layout is like that. There is a stack, then there is a heap. Therefore, they are oppositely directed. That is the reason there are some buffer overflow exploitation can be there. Suppose if it listen similarly, I have weak policies, the policy is not implemented. Therefore, these are certain things, but we must need to understand the risk associated. Therefore, these three terms that is very much used in cyber security terminology, the threat data, that is probability of loss or impact, that is risk. The risk management is managing risk. The objective will be minimize the optimize the risk. इसका मतलब क्या होता है? Minimize the vulnerability or minimize the impact of loss. That is actually called risk management. These are the terms that is very much used, but here actually now I will be talking about the landscape in the last 10-20 years. Therefore, when we talk about 20 to 12, actually now last 10 years I'm talking about 12 to 21. Therefore, mostly the common threats based on the social engineered trojans. उस टाइम पर वहाँ जब 2012 में people talk about mostly okay वायरस हो गया, फ्लॉपी खराब हो गया, पेन ड्राइव चला गया जनरली, और मेरा पासवर्ड हो गया. आप जब भी उस टाइम पर क्या होता था जनरली मुझे पता है, मोस्टली पीपल यूज एक्चुअली जो साइबर क्राइम्स था अगेन सोशल इंजीनियरिंग बेस्ड ट्रोजन, मेरा पासवर्ड लीक हो गया. देन पीपल यूज पायरेटेड सॉफ्टवेयर, जावा, रीडर, फ्लैश. फिशिंग अटैक्स उस टाइम पर शुरू हुआ. 440 जो आपका नाइजीरियन इशू था, दैट इज एक्चुअली दिल्ली में जब हुआ था, दैट इज 420 उसका जो स्कैम था. अभी बैंक में जब भी बैंक में एंट्री करोगे तभी बताएंगे okay, और फिशिंग तो कोई भी तरीके से आपका आइडेंटिटी को कोई लेके चुरा के ले जाता था. दैट इज एक्चुअली फिशिंग. Then network traveling worms. At that time, people actually talk about the worms, trojans, virus. Generally, उसका definition based on the behavior, these terminologies were used. For example, you talk about trojans. इसको बोलते हैं कि theft like a trojan, replicate like a, or that is what we call replicate like a worm, or infect like a virus. तो ऐसे ही होता है. तो spread like a worm. तो based on because worms generally spread करता है और इन्फेक्शन वायरस इन्फेक्ट कर लेता है, सिस्टम फाइल्स को करप्ट कर लेता था, ट्रोजन पासवर्ड ले जाता था. दिस इज एक्चुअली ऑल टॉक अबाउट नेटवर्क ट्रैवलिंग वर्म. एट दैट टाइम इवन इफ मोस्टली जो भी अटैक्स होता था डॉस रिलेटेड अटैक, डिनायल ऑफ attack, it is become managed. That is actually again advanced persistent. This is actually 2012. Now actually the technology has been changed. If we talk about 2012 and 2021, the landscape changed based on the technology change. अभी क्या है, क्लाउड आ गया, क्लाउड फ्रंटियर क्लाउड्स अभी आ गया. क्लाउड तो जो भी था फ्रंटियर मतलब okay, why? Because the company is now coming to your place to provide your cloud there only. That is actually called frontier cloud. Oracle there even if in one of I was a part in one of a government agency where actually they are using there, because जो डिफेंस की इंस्टॉलेशन से, जो पुलिस की इंस्टॉलेशन से, they do not use their that my data will be stored in US, because हमने गूगल क्लाउड यूज कर रहे हैं तो गूगल तो उसका सर्वर तो यूके में है कि यूएस में है, और कहाँ पे है, पैसिफिक ओशन का नीचे रखा हुआ है उसका क्लाउड स्टोरेज और डाटा स्टोरेज. देयरफॉर डाटा लोकलाइजेशन इज इशू. Therefore, now they are coming up, okay, the data need to be stored in the premise itself. So unka cloud, but whatever the cloud का जो भी flexibility है, that will be applicable here also. Big data concept नहीं था, अभी आ चुका है. IoT 2012 में नहीं था. Now people talk about Internet of Things, the Internet of Everything now. W-band, wireless body area network. पहले आजकल जितना जो health bands होते हैं, apps होते हैं, now it is the mobile devices. Even if in commerce, e-commerce 2012 and 2021 में बहुत सारे drastically change हो चुका है. Drones, even now you see drones. अभी तो आ गया drones में Ministry of Civil Aviation registry कर दिया. तो what is the anomalous drone? Even IIT Kanpur, they have a center of excellence on drones. How to counter the drones? Drones में भी attacks होते हैं. There are many types of drones now. Drones now is one of a peculiar research area, active research area for law enforcement as well as all academic institutes. Now, drones is capable to do so many things. Therefore, how can I identify this is a rogue drone or this is actually a used drone? कैसे पता करें? Drones can carry RDX even. Therefore, to countering drones, therefore there are many other issues, but these are actually, if we talk about the landscape, that primarily based on the technology trend. Therefore, 2012, what is the technology, and 2021, what is the technology? But these are the new technologies that is inducted in almost in all our applications. Therefore, the cybersecurity issues related to 2010-12 and the cybersecurity issues related to 2020-21, that is drastically changes. Therefore, the attack surface is mostly the growing attack surface is like that: more IP connected devices, more network traffic, more data, more users, more smartphone connections. Therefore, this is actually the attack surfaces. I'm speeding it. It is because it is mostly awareness and generic. This is actually, you will be getting how the trends that has been escalated from 1990 to 2021. Mostly in 1990s, we'll talk about virus, 1990 to 20, virus, worm, Trojan, 1990, even in 1999, 2021, वहाँ पे generally people, वहाँ पे cyber cafe बहुत, generally what happens, people used to do internet programming in the cyber cafe. I mean to say internet activities like this. And cyber cafe वाले क्या करते, generally वो crime था कि वो mostly जो भी crimes होता था cyber cafe से होता था. Then actually in 2000, generally then comes your advanced worms, identity theft, malicious codes, phishing, Trojan, they come in 2000. Then 2007, it talks about botnets, denial of services, distributed denial of services, DNS, and malicious mail spywares in 2007. Then again 2007, then mobile commerce comes to the picture. उस time smartphone आ गया 2007 के बाद. पहले छोटा phone था, smartphone नहीं था. Now phone banking comes to the picture, e-commerce comes to the picture. Similarly, that data theft, advanced persistent threat, banking malware, Bitcoin wallet, and other things that comes to the in 2007 to 2010. Then after 2016, actually, IoT actually comes to the picture. Therefore, I can say 2014 to 16, 16 to 21, there is a changes. Even up to 20 to 22, that is again the change because of this what the COVID era. 14 to 20, let us take, if I think prior to COVID era, mostly talk about ransomware. 2018 comes to the picture, ransomware, Mirai attacks occurred in 2018. Then accordingly, because IoT devices that emerges in the cloud IoT that comes in this era, therefore ultimately the landscape has been changes. And in 2021 again, if we talk about the COVID plays an important role for mostly I think cybercrime issues. This is a generic escalating of cyber threats. It is because the reason behind is the escalation of the emerging technologies inducted in our daily life. This is actually 50% financial frauds. This is in, I mean to say, this is in COVID era. In Indian incidents, top 5 cyber crimes, financial frauds. अभी भी लोगों ने phishing, wallet, OLX, all these attacks. Or if you go to the cybercrime.gov.in, mostly payment related issues being issued there. Very hardly, I think, this stalking and others that is coming, but mostly payment, phishing, wallet, mobile चोरी हो गया, mobile data चला गया, और मेरा वो Facebook में कोई एक मेरा दूसरा एक मतलब profile create कर दिया. All these things. This is actually online social media, because in India mostly fake profile, bullying, hacking, revenge, that is 25%. Other cyber crimes like job fraud, matrimonial site fraud, and there are many occurrences happening like that in 25%. Therefore, this is how the mostly Indian scenario. I do not need that. This is actually the topics. Let us have here. You see, this is the landscape actually. The landscape has been, I mean to say, it is being in one slide. It talks about what is this is the entire different type of vulnerabilities or landscape that is pointed in one single slide. That means I'm talking about the target sector. Target sector can be industrial, then mobile operating systems, web browser, social network. This is the targets. Whenever a cyber attack occur, the threat occur, that will be either the industry or it will be talk about the mobile phone. I think it will exploit about the operating system. What is the target? Target will be like that. The class will be malware, drive by download. आपने जो भी drive करते हैं, download करते हैं, games download करते हैं, apps download करते हैं. Mostly this is the attack classes. Social engineering, malvertising, code execution, external devices, denial of services, man in middle, distributed denial of services, like that. Again, the malware again of different types: Trojan, virus, ransomware, worm, botnet, spyware, rootkit. This is actually the attack classes. The degree of access, again, either non-user root. The attack can be local or remote. Threat severity, because we cannot quantify, it is qualitatively analyzed, either non, very low, low, moderate, high, and very high. Then breach in security, confidentiality में आपको बताया, whether confidentiality is compromised, partially or complete. Integrity is compromised, whether partial or complete. Then availability is compromised, whether partial or complete. Threat sequence, similarly, financial fraud, information leakage, information theft, degradation, illegal usage. This is actually the threat consequences. These are the motivations: anger, competition, cyberware, cyber espionage, cyber extortion, financial gain, identity theft, insider theft, intelligence gathering, political activism, sabotage, supervision, unknown motive. These are actually of the, what I mean to say. If you talk about the entire scenario, this is one slide. This is actually the landscape has been defined. Then we'll talk about this is the populate. Now I'm talking about the threat. Actually, what is the name of the threat? What the target system? What is the attack class? The degree of gain, breach, threat consequences, and motivation. Again, if you go to the slides, then you will see Stuxnet. In 2010, it is relevant, where the American, I think it is being said that Iranian nuclear power plant slides that was compromised by this Stuxnet attack. This is a malware, and it is high and sabotage. Ultimately, because this is Iran actually planning to increase its nuclear mechanism, which is being targeted by the US, and this Jews Trojan. Again, it is Israel, and it has been observed that whenever there is a I think there is a physical conflict, then followed by a cyber conflict. Similarly, you see the cyber threats affecting mobile systems, and this is web browser. आप थोड़ा सा देख लेंगे तो you will get it. Android, Apple, and this is browsers. Actually, Android में what are the Android operating Symbian, Windows, BlackBerry operating systems. Apple maybe you will feel some of the I think threats. Web browser में I'm talking about Internet Explorer, Mozilla, and Google Chrome, Skype, and Facebook, Mozilla Firefox. These are actually the various attacks. This is the landscape that has been based on actually this classification based on the target sectors. I'm targeting web browser, this is operating system. Then the earlier one is the industrial applications, like that. The current trends actually target Indian sector. Abhi mostly Indian. Let us give an example of mostly Indian is being. Our websites, government websites are vulnerable, and the IoT devices are vulnerable. This is actually the recent attack on Maharashtra. What we call this is your power plant that was being compromised. Redico, who is paralyzed by I think in March. अभी भी FIR चल रहा है उसमें. This is actually Mumbai outage is still on investigation by the cyber cell of Maharashtra. And Redico, actually they are targeting the entire India. Actually, this is the major threats in Indian scenario. This is data breach, ransomware, email, malware. This is the leaked data of Domino's India users now available on search engine. मैंने आपको identity theft, this privacy is one of important criteria in India. हमारा data कहाँ जा रहा है, we do not know even. Everywhere you talk about the privacy breach. MobiKwik database of 10 crore users leaked on dark web. Dark web actually where that talks a onion protocol where you do not get any information, where law enforcement agencies, they really struggle to get what actually this is. The current trends, this is SolarWinds. This is again a different attack. Even ISRO, MEA, nuclear scientist among 3,000 breached government email IDs. Mostly these are actually the government entity which has been targeted. Their email IDs being targeted. Mostly COVID, healthcare data leaks. Over 120 million medical images of Indian patients left exposed. Talk about this is the trends, worms. 5 मिनट में भी कंप्लीट कर देते हैं थोड़ा सा. I think there is a issue. Okay. आप इसको पढ़ लीजिए. Just pay data breach. Mostly in India, it is database. The case studies will talk about the DDoS, CCTV. This is actually a DOS attack. The attacker, first of all, finds which are the vulnerable systems in the premises. How they can find? They can use the port scanning, which are the ports are opening. There they can get, and a victim is being targeted. As a result, this methodology, because due to lack of time, I'm not explaining. Actually, I'm having the slides to understand what is the DOS attack. The CCTV, again, video surveillance. This is one of the important criteria I wanted to discuss. Let us give example of a CCTV scenario. Let us go to the Sodan search engine. You see how I can get CCTVs. Madam Anusri, NB resume. You see, very easily will get many things about. This is a Tehran, Iran's, I think CCTV, where you get this is in even United States. Because some CCTVs are honeypots here. You will not access. आप access करेंगे तो your system may be compromised. Do not access it. But there are many things openly available where you can get. मैं stream भी ले सकता हूँ. There are many methods we can get the streams. ये online में we will get actually the streams and what type of ports they are opening. And Indian scenario में आप देख सकते हैं. Even if the CCTVs which are being आप देख सकते हैं, that is, let us take an example. आपको बता देता हूँ. This is in URL. Suppose आप यहाँ पे Google पे जाइए. Many tools available. You will get, even if दिल्ली में आप देख सकते हैं whether in URL. मेरे पास कौन सी CCTV है? I do not want because मुझे पता नहीं what type of streams it will be. Let us not open it. But actually, let us. The streams, I do not know what type of streams it is. Therefore, content sometimes may not be appropriate here to observe online. मैं एक छोटा सा example दे रहा हूँ. This is a physics institute's camera where I can visualize from here also. It's a live stream. Therefore, that means you see, even if CCTVs are very much vulnerable, आपका घर के सामने CCTV कोई रखा है, you do not know. CCTV एक bottom type की आता है, 60 button. This is a Institute of Physics. This is a, now I'm see अभी वहाँ 10:26 हुआ है. कौन से country है? I do not know which country it is, but it's very clearly visible. If I can search, even आप zoom करके देख सकते हैं, right करके भी जा सकते हैं. अच्छा, it will asking for control panel के लिए भी पूछता है. They are not using mask, I hope. Huh? This is a live view. This is Kirchhoff's Institute for Physics. This is similarly example. There are, you can see many I think CCTVs. They are being installed anywhere. तो आप दिल्ली में भी देख सकते हैं. Therefore, CCTVs, if you go to my, let us talk about my, ओह सॉरी, मैं आपको स्लाइड तो शेयर नहीं किया. सॉरी, मैंने तो खुद देख रहा हूं, मैं आपको स्लाइड शेयर नहीं किया. सॉरी, जस्ट मैडम, ये स्लाइड दिखा देते हैं ना. This is actually what I meant to say. They are very easily actually internet पे है. This is the CCTVs. मैं आपको ये दिखा रहा था. This is actually मैंने एक in URL. This is a I think a CCTV. I can hear opening accessing a CCTV streaming from somewhere. So this is I think let us open. This is the institute from Institute Kirchhoff's Institutes. उसी का ही कैमरा है ये. मैं वहां पे बैठ के देख सकते हैं. This is actually Kirchhoff Institute for Physics. Therefore, CCTVs are very much vulnerable. ये तो हम live streaming देख रहे हैं. But actually, I mean to say, if I can attempt to inject some of the malicious code, that also can be possible. How it can be? We need, there is a different mechanism, because these are public, I think, cameras. That's why similarly, even if there are many CCTVs, here actually I'm talking about CCTV cameras of, let us take, this is Iran का एक camera है. So it talks about what are the ports are opening. Port opening is providing enough information to attack a CCTV. So this is available in Sodan.io. Even if by simple scripting, Python scripting, people can get to know. Similarly, let us go ahead with you do not experiment in your computer, because some of the CCTVs here, they are actually honeypots where your information can be shared. Let us take about don't experiment. We do not know what the content is, even if we do not know. But this is the example that you see. I mean to say, the CCTVs are vulnerable. That's the objective, right? IoTs are vulnerable because you see, if we are not using proper security mechanism, IoT security mechanism, it is vulnerable. Due to lack of time, let us complete the class right now. Madam, थोड़ा सा question share करिए. Let me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Let us. You know, I am having a meeting exactly at 2:15. मैं 2:30 मैं lunch करने जाऊंगा, तो मुझे 3-4 questions में attend कर सकता हूँ.
So we have one query from Mr. Puneet Kumar. To which extent the machine learning is successful in preventing cyber threats?
Yeah, it is a very good question. Really, I appreciate. You see, अभी जो भी that is a cyber threat intelligence. मैंने आपको बताया नहीं. That is actually what we call, this is a cyber threat intelligence platform, where the inputs are many systems. Every large organization, they are having their own cyber threat intelligence platform. For example, if you talk about Infosys, they have Hunter platform. If you talk about Cisco, they have Talos. Talos. Even if in MHA, even if in India government of India, NIC, they are using certain things. They takes the input from every time, and through predictive algorithms to machine learning, they have predict certain threats also. But however, the question is how far it is. But the companies, I think, like Palo Alto, by Third Eye, they are claiming that okay, we can have certain, I think, up to adequate level of security, but I cannot quantify what is there. You can go to the Cisco, Talos, or Third Eye, Palo Alto. They are the leaders of this, I think, called next generation firewall, where machine learning or artificial intelligence played an important role to predict actually the future threats. But whenever the information security is concerned, it is quite difficult to guess what actually the 0 days are coming. We do not know anything about, but I cannot quantify, even if I do not know what exactly the quantification in terms of percentage, whether I can say it is, but I can say, okay, desired security level, these companies are claiming, and almost all critical infrastructures, they are being managed with these devices in worldwide. Now, adequate level of security they are claiming, but still data breaches are there. Even if I mean, during my Delhi police tenure, I have seen many, I think, companies, Israel companies, they actually they have the technology, they have the techniques to counter almost all types of mechanisms. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have next question from Ms. Gayatri Chabra, and her question is, what is the basic qualification required for cyber security?
Basic qualification, actually, you see, there are 2-3 things. You talk about cyber security. Either you can be a MSc computer science or NCA or BTech or whatever may be, but you need certain certifications. The certifications are CEH from the starting, cyber ethical hacking, followed by CISA auditing, cyber that is called computer security audit certifications. Then lucrative careers are there, but you initially you may but you need certain certifications. So far as the qualification is concerned, now every company, they are having cyber security professionals, and there is a huge shortage of cyber security professional. While in Delhi police also, we have at that time recruited around, I mean, the Delhi police has recruited cyber forensics experts from contractual with a high payment of 1 lakh to 3 lakhs, private employees. Therefore, we did not, at that time, people did not get even proper cyber security professionals. Therefore, a forensic certification or a auditing certifications is sufficient to enroll you have a lucrative job. But
Okay,
at least
thank
your
you, sir.
basic degree is required. You must be at least a computer science background or electronics background required. But it is not hardcore computer science. I mean to say theoretical computer science is not required. You do not need a solid programming basic, but you need to management aspects. Yes, madam, please.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from Ms. Priyanka, and her question is application of ML in cryptography and also explain crypto analysis.
Oh. अभी रिसेंटली 1-2 पेपर आया हुआ है एमएल बेस्ड क्रिप्टोग्राफी. मेरे को इतना भी आइडिया नहीं व्हाट इज दैट पेपर. आई हैव नॉट, बट रिसेंटली पीपल टॉक अबाउट दैट. इन जर्नल ऑफ क्रिप्टोलॉजी में तो अभी कोई ऐसे ही पेपर नहीं आया, बट जनरली क्रिप्टो एनालिसिस के लिए दे कैन यूज मशीन लर्निंग. Crypto analysis is different from encryption. Crypto analysis is the countering cryptographic encryption decryption, but there are crypto analysis is again. But whatever it may be, you must have a solid background of your information theoretical principles. आप cryptography पढ़ रहे हैं तो you must be good at mathematics, group theory and number theory. And basically the applications of machine learning in cryptography, I think to breaking a crypto analysis is not, but in cyber security, machine learning no doubt is now going to be one of a, I think, a major trend. But particularly cryptography, ML based cryptography, either particularly image and videos and I think multimedia security, ML based can be, but particularly the algorithm based cryptographic algorithms, generally we do not have machine learning, but however multimedia based in the cryptographic applicable in multimedia security, particularly ML plays a role now. Because suppose you will be using your biometric Aadhaar, I think image encryption and audio multimedia encryptions, other things. Then you have certain chaotic and logistics and mappings and other like image processing can be, but it is very, I think, it is a very naive area. You can explore. Even मुझे दो तीन ये research scholar दिखा रहे थे, but I have not gone through what this paper is. Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Last question for today's session, which we have received in our chat box is, sir, please summarize your session.
Yeah.
This is from Mr. Ramesh Ashok Jadhav.
Absolutely, because
Yeah.
the slides have been managed is not pure technical, not scientific. I talked about cryptography. I talked about cyber threat. Initially, I talked about the objective of the course was to understand about the cyber threat landscape, cyber security and challenges. Now, the cyber threat, what I discussed about the various threats from the 2012 to 2020. Then how the threats can be assembled, whether target applications. But I talk about 1-2 slides actually, what are the areas actually now. Recent research areas, so far as this is FDP, and I talked, I thought that there are some faculties or research scholars, therefore because since cryptography is my area, I talked about some basics of cryptography where privacy preservation computing is one of the recent area where people can get to understand, because GDPR is coming, and even if TLS 3.0 is coming, therefore I initially targeted about what these recent areas. Therefore, privacy preservation का बारे में मैंने बताया. What about the privacy preservation computing? I give an example. Without compromising the privacy, how we can compute? Then how, without knowing the output, then how I can anonymize the data? Because people talk about the anonymizations and others, then similarly blockchain technique, even if other techniques I did not cover, but these are certain areas where actually the recent trends in the engineering cryptographic areas. Then I switched to cyber threat landscape. Then I talk about cyber threat में the recent cyber threat that will be upon your IoT devices. Use case मैंने दिया CCTV, एक demo करके भी दिखाया how the CCTVs can generally openly accessible. That is actually I'm just observing the video streaming, but even if the recent Mirai attack, if you go to the googling about your Mirai attack, then you will find that through your endpoint, from the IoT endpoint devices, let us examine CCTV. Somebody can go to the data center. Once the data center is being compromised, I mean to say the entire critical information infrastructures can be compromised. So that's actually I'm just summarizing what I discussed.
Okay.
Any other? Actually,
Sir,
you see, Madam Anusri,
yes, sir.
because I had an impression कि यहाँ पे CBSE schools के teacher भी थे, and even if many, because if I thought of planning to discuss about more on I think that's called your homomorphic encryption and others, which will be not relevant for those who are not doing research in these areas. That's why the slides have been made that way. Thanks. Let me permit to leave. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, we have one feedback from Mr. Ramesh Ashok Jadhav, sir. He's saying session was great. So,
Thanks
on behalf of all the attendees and all the organizer, we thank you so much, sir, for such an informative and significant session. We all have learned a lot from it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you all the attendees. Now we will continue our next session with Dr. Abhilash Vyas at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. And again, I'm repeating, I have received one more comment in the chat box regarding the presentation. We will discuss with the presenter and will let you know if he allow us, we will definitely share the presentation with you, and recording will be uploaded as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you so much.
हाँ
फर्स्ट और थर्ड की पॉज करो अपना
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
yes ma'am, good afternoon ma'am.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
welcome ma'am
Yeah.
to the session.
Thank you.
So ma'am, we have already announced the participants that we are going to start at 2:30 sharp. So we still have 10 more minutes. So till then you can just start sharing your screen and we can just see if it's looking well.
Okay, I'll do that. But that screen sharing option is not with me. That
One
is
second.
disabled.
One
Yeah.
second. Please check ma'am.
Yes, now I can share. And I'm facing a bad weather over here in Vadodara. So
Okay.
maybe I'll be switching off my video so that this session will continue and without any
Sure.
disruption in the audio. Yeah.
Sure ma'am, sure.
So yes, I can share my I can share the complete screen. Yes. Yes, so it is visible now. It is visible, right?
Yes ma'am, yes, now it's visible.
Okay, perfect. Let me check the other screens also. This Google screen is also coming, na? Browser. Browser is also coming,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes
okay,
ma'am.
okay. Perfect. So I'm just stop sharing. And when we
Okay.
start, I'll start sharing again.
Yes
Okay.
ma'am, exactly
Thank
at 2:30 we will start.
2:30 we can start. Yeah, sure,
Yes
sure,
ma'am.
sure.
Thank
Okay.
you ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So, ma'am, I have again given you the rights for presenting, and it's already 2:29. So, as already committed, so we are going to start at 30 sharp.
Okay.
So, there are already around 60 participants, including us.
Okay.
I hope that others will also join.
Okay. They'll join in between me. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. So let me share my screen and start this session.
Yes, ma'am. You can just share your screen. I'll just read out a little introduction about you, and then we are good to start.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to welcome you on behalf of the entire organizing team of this FDP at like Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. So Dr. Abhilasha Vyas is working as a Senior Manager Academic Initiatives, Cyber Peace Foundation. She's a member of Executive Committee, Women in Big Data India, and core team member of Women in Tech India. She's a Gujarat chapter lead of InfoSec Girls Community. She is also working as head Cyber Cell, Surat Sansthan, Jaipur. Ma'am's research area is cyber security and detection of DDoS attacks, and ma'am is AWS Cloud Solution Architect and Azure Certified Trainer. So ma'am has already been invited and honored as keynote speaker, session chair, resource person, and technical committee member of various conferences, and has delivered many cybersecurity awareness sessions for police academicians, school education, and higher education institutions. Ma'am is a core team in the core team of E-Saksham project, which is the joint initiative of AICTE, CPF, and Ministry of Education. Ma'am has contributed as resource person in the webinar series on technology in education conducted by CIET and CRT Delhi. So with this much of actually ma'am's achievements is long through, but I would just like to introduce ma'am with this much of introduction, and I would really look forward for this session, and I hope that all the participants are also keen enough to listen from you, ma'am. So handing over to you, ma'am, and we all hope for a very informative session. So, ma'am, we can start.
Thank you so much for a nice introduction, Neha. So before starting this session, I would like to thank you for coordinating with us and managing our time duration and all. And also I would like to thank Dr. Jasdeep for giving this opportunity to me so that I can share my experience with all the participants, all the faculty members. So let me start my presentation. I'm just going on I'm just going to stop my video because of the issues I have. Yes. So hello everyone. So this is the screen which you are seeing right now. This is cyber threat attack map. So I wanted to start my session. The topic is data security tools and technology. So I thought that first I'll just show you that what kind of attack scenario is happening, what kind of attacks are happening, and are these attacks are targeting to individual, or are these attacks are targeting to only organization in our country. So this particular attack vector, if you see the number of attack requests from 26 July to 27 July. So this attack vector is showing you that these many attack requests happened in 26 to 27 July, and you see that the attacks are happening from one country to another country. So these are not limited now to individual. These are not limited now to the organization. They have now taken a bigger shape that they are targeting countries, because now if we know that as we have shifted from on-prem to cloud era because of this pandemic and because of the technology advancement, our data is residing at multiple countries. Our data is not only available at a single place, the data is scattered and replicas are available in various countries. So this is how these attacks are happening. And if you see the top 3 attack origins over here on 26 and 27, United States, Germany, Australia. If you see the top industries, retail, financial services, travel, business. So you cannot say that they are targeting specific industry. So data is important for each and every industry. So it is important to understand that what kind of attacks are happening, what kind of tools we can use to secure our information, what kind of technologies we can use to save our data in rest or data in transit. So a lot of things are there. Many people think that if we have compliance, it means we are going to save our information or our data is secure. So compliance is just about the setting up the rules and the regulations, not the implementing the security structures. So if you see this one more attack map, so in this also you see that all these attack maps are traversing the network traffic and they are identifying the attack requests which are happening in different various domains. So these attack maps I'll share in the chat. Maybe later on, if you want to go through, you want to share with students, this will be helpful for all because they can understand. So I'll just select everyone. And I will share this also. There are a lot of other attack maps also. It is important for student to understand and for us as a faculty to understand that why we are talking so much about securing the data, because this FDP is on data science. We are working on analyzing the data. We are working on collecting the data. We are working on cleaning our data. We are working on a lot of techniques related to data. But then if that data is not secure, if that data is not safe in our locker, then all these techniques will not work. Once the data is exposed, our complete information is in the hand of the attacker. So with this mode, I'll start my presentation. So as I shared with you, that topic is data security tools and technology, because we know that these days it seems like hardly any time passes between headlines about the most recent data breaches. There is no gap between these headlines. Very often we see these deadlines, and we can say that if we see the attack vectors which are happening. So in the late September 2019, if I'll tell you that security intrusion exposed the accounts of more than 50 million Facebook users. So with this exposed of the data, I would like to ask every one of you to open one website with me and check that your data is compromised, your data is available in the internet world or not. So let me show one website to you. I hope that many of you are aware with this website, but those who are not aware, they can get the benefit. This is the website which is Have I Been Pawned? I want everybody to please open this website. Some problem in connection. Okay. I'll just write over here in chat. I'm sharing this website with you all. Please open this website and enter your email ID. I think some problem with Neha ma'am, I hope that I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible enough.
Yeah. Okay. Because anytime if you face any problem, you can tell me, because
Yes.
net connection is not good today because of the weather.
Yes, ma'am. The
Please
weather is also
enter your
not good in
email
Delhi.
ID. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's raining since morning.
Please enter your email IDs over this website, and please check that your data is compromised or not. So if you see that my data is compromised, my mail ID is compromised, please let me know that how many of you, like how many of the people in the FDP right now data is compromised. And if you see the compromised number of the data, so in the big basket in October 2020, the around 20 million customer records exposed. Domino's India, April 2021, 13 terabyte TB of compromised Domino's data. So this data is of the customer, as I as a customer used to order from Domino's, I as a customer used to order from Big Basket. So I'm sure that many of you are also part of such applications, and our data is exposed. And what kind of information is exposed if we see? Our email address, name, phone number, physical address and the purchases. In some expose, if you see in this big basket, the password is also compromised. So if you see that with lot of security measures, after a lot of security measures also, there are a lot of ways through which our data can be compromised. And if data is compromised, and if someone is having these details, they can access the information. And most of the time we have seen that if people are having multiple email addresses, they are maintaining same password for multiple email addresses. If some person is having access to one email address, and if that person is having other email addresses of that person, it will be very easy to open other email addresses also, because they have a similar passwords. So these kind of things are happening, and these kind of things are actually motivating people to come out and work on the techniques which can secure the data. So this data is not only about the data of the individual, not only about the data of the organization, not only about the data which relates to a country. It's about the securing each and every information which relates to anyone, to individual, to country, to state, to organization. That's the importance of data security and its technology. So if you see that your email ID is compromised, if you see that your data is compromised, I request all of you to change your password immediately, because we cannot change date of birth, we cannot change our names, but we can change the passwords to save our information, which is now in the hands of other people. So please take care of those things. So that's why it is like important to have such thing, because no business we can say that is immune to data breaches, but it doesn't mean that you cannot do anything for imposing the security, or you cannot stop such kind of breaches. We can do, but we cannot say that we have achieved this up to 100% level. So as you have seen that data security and tools and technology. So data security is the process basically for protecting sensitive information, whatever information we have, from unauthorized access. We don't want anybody else to be accessing the information. So that's why we are imposing data security techniques. And for understanding the data security techniques, I've divided this session into certain categories, because we have to understand all the different cybersecurity practices and the techniques to secure the data from misuse. And we can implement encryption, we can implement access restriction, we can implement role-based access model. We have to have the safety of physical data, we have to have safety of digital data, a lot of other things we can use, because cybersecurity is very, very important. So first, little bit of understanding of security. Then why data security is important? Because what is happening is, now currently we are working remotely, we are using our own devices, we are connecting with our networks. If we are not having virtual private networks, we are directly connecting to the enterprises. Now there are a lot of ways through which these breaches can happen. There are a lot of ways through which the data can be man in the middle attacks are happening. People are sitting on the networks and they are reading the data from the communication channels. So this is happening. And because of the cloud uses, this particular attack scenario is increased, or I can say that attack surface is increased. So, and many people are confused between the security, protection, and privacy. So I've taken a one slide to explain the difference between these three. Then what are the top threats to data security? When we talk about the cloud data, what kind of security measures of the cloud data, what kind of threats can be there when our data is resting in the cloud? Then what are the tools and technologies which we can use to secure our information? What best practices we can use, and also the compliances, because every organization has to have certain compliances, rules of regulation for accessing their data, because if any organization is working with PI, they have to have certain rules and regulation for managing the information and for providing the security of PI. And then at the last, I just wanted to demonstrate the cyber attacks on web applications for data breaches, how the data breaches happen, how brute force happen, how SQL injection happen. So just a little 15-20 minutes demonstration I thought that I'll be giving. So this is how I've divided my complete presentation, because the more and more advanced techniques we are using, we all know that attackers are also using a lot of advanced techniques to train themselves so that they can come up with new things. So if we talk about the data security, as we discussed, data security is both the practice and the technology for protecting valuable data and sensitive company and customer data. So when we talk about data, so if we talk about personal information, we know that personal information is about the contacts. Our personal information is about our messages, about our photos, about our videos. When we talk about the organizational data, the data is different. The volume of data is increased. So we need a technique through which the sensitive company and customer data, such as personal and financials, can be made secure from unauthorized access. Or just think that you are having valuable data of your company, you are collecting, you are storing, you are managing your intellectual property, your sensitive information, your confidential information. And if those things are compromised, you are going to lose your business. You are going to lose a lot of customers. Think of the example like we have an Amazon Prime Day sale. On that Amazon Prime Day sale, if we are not able to access this website, or if customers are not able to buy the product because this website data is compromised already and something else is happening on that website. So these kind of attacks are basically planned to defame the organization or to use the data in malicious way. So data security is, we can say that, a set of standards and technologies that protect data from intentional or accidental destruction. So it can be intentional also, accidental also, or this particular attack can be planned to modify the data also, which is existing in the organization. So these can be planned, or we have to prevent from all such things. So data security is a set of standards and techniques to prevent from all these things, to prevent from all kind of malicious access, unauthorized access. And also it can be applied with the help of the tools and the technologies, by applying the encryption techniques, by applying the role-based model, access control. So a lot of things we can plan in the data security tools and the standards. So next slide which I have taken is why data security is important. As we have discussed, the data security nowadays matters a lot, because a breach can have a serious consequences for the organization, as we have seen. And we have to have our information safe, because if you remember that in 2021 data breach happened, and it cost like as per the IBM and the other standard organization report, it cost a company $3.8 million loss. So if you see that, so it says that these kind of things are happening. As sir is saying something in chat, the site Have I Been Informed says it's dangerous site and many antivirus not allowing me to open this site, says it's not secure. Okay. So if your antivirus is not allowing you to open this, please do not open it. Otherwise, this is a secure site. You can check that your email ID is compromised or not. It is updating its databases and it is giving us this information. If you don't want to use Have I Been Pawned website, sir, you can use this F-Secure tool. This F-Secure tool can also tell you that your data is compromised or not, your phone is compromised or not, your data is leaked or not. So you can use this F-Secure tool also to check about the, you can say that, the privacy and the security of your data. So as we were discussing that this particular breaches are happening, and most of the companies, you can say that the big giant companies, CEO, CTOs, they all believe that data security is important, and because all the businesses are relying on data. As this FDP is also completely discussing about the data only, because in data science we are working with data. So data is the gold, data is the oil, data is the lifeline. So that's why it is important. As you talk about the banking sector, they have a massive volume of data to manage, and that particular volume of data contains personal and financial information, man to business data, storing the contact details of the persons, loan details, lot of things are stored in that. If that is compromised, the complete data is exposed and it can be used in a wrong way also. So data which company create, collect, store, exchange, everything is valuable asset. We need to secure data in transit. We need to secure data in rest. So safeguarding is very, very important. And primary aim, if I want to summarize for data security, is to protect the data that an organization collects, store, create, or receive, or transmit, or communicate, or share, or exchange. And you can say that the compliance is also a major consideration, because when you are sharing, let's say this is a company, is happening, yes. So this is a company sharing data with B company. So we have different accounts through which we are sending and receiving this information. Our data is available in different formats. So if we have a proper compliance, if we have a proper techniques established, we can identify that which person access data at which time. The logs can be maintained, the compliance can be managed, with the help of which we can identify and we can stop such issues which can create problems in the organization. So that's why it is important to have data security techniques, because data breaches can have the impact on the entire organization, and it can have a loss of millions of revenue. It can have loss of the reputation of the brand in the market. So that's why data security is very, very important. Many a time we see that people are confused with these similar terms which you see on the screen: data protection versus privacy versus security, because they all are referring to secure your data. The difference between these terms is securing the data, the manner they are securing or the manner they are providing this information. So security, we have seen that it refers to protecting the data against unauthorized access, or which can create or which can have the consequences if that unauthorized access happen. So data can be exposed, deleted, or corrupted. So your CIA will not be there. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability will not be there. So security is giving this confirmation that yes, your data is secure. So data protection is basically is protecting the data, that if any consequences happen, how you're going to protect your data from any threat, how you're going to rescue your information. So it basically refers, data protection basically refers to creation of the backups and duplication of the data. So in the protection, you are taking backups, you are creating duplicates, and then you are protecting against the accidental erasure or loss. So securing from unauthorized access, protection, you are providing from any accidental loss or any accidental erasure of the data. So for example, let's say if you are creating a backup of the data, you are creating those things, and if in any case your actual system is not working or corrupted, still you have your data in a backup and you can start working with that data. If we talk about the data privacy, so data privacy is mainly concerning with how you are handling your data, what kind of regulatory concerns you have, what kind of notification, consents of use you are using. So basically in this, data privacy is gaining consent to collect data from website visitors by using cookies also. So you are maintaining the privacy of the data. So these are the three important terminologies which are related to data, and often it confused also because these are similar, but these all three are important and have a different role to play in terms of your data and your organization's data. We come to the top threats to data security. So we can say that if we love technology, we say that we love our technology because we have a lot of ways we are using technology to interact with each other right now. We are taking the benefit of WebEx. We are talking, everybody is sitting at a remote place, but we are learning together. So if we love technology or we hate it, that nowadays we are slave of the technologies, we cannot do anything without technology. We want to order something, We need to use application. We want to go somewhere, we have to book the tickets using application. So now we are slave of the technology, but you love the technology or you hate the technology. Yeah, some question? Okay. I think mistakenly someone unmuted. Okay. So we see that the technology is there. So no matter like we love the technology or we hate the technology, we have to have the importance of technologies in our life, and technology is a bigger part of our life nowadays. So we have to rely on the technology because our digital world is expanding as more people are working from home and more companies conducting their business online. So I want to show you that right now with you and me, how many people are online right now. So it will give you a brief picture that what kind of people or how many number we are looking for. So if you see this internetlifestats.com, I'll just share that also. In this, if you see that internet users in the world right now, we all are connected with internet. Now we see that how many users are there, how many total number of websites are there, how many emails are sent till today. Google searches today, the number is increasing. You can see that how the technology is the important part of our life. We can see from this page, the number is increasing. Photos upload, Skype calls, computers sold today, smartphones sold. So it is very important to know that there are a lot of people, those who are using this particular technology, and not everybody is having good intention in this world. So there are a lot of other ways also which people are thinking if they have access to data, if they have access to technology, if they know technology well. So the digital activity increasing. The same way criminals are also having desire to take the advantages of it, and they are leading new advancement in commencing the attacks, in commencing the new kind of crime in the online mode. So last few years, if you see that major companies across the globe have experienced cybercrime ranging from data breaches to unauthorized access to their financial accounts or digital impersonation of CEOs even, because there are a lot of attacks in which like spear phishing in which you can target someone. So they are impersonating the things, means they are faking their self that they are CEO of a company, they are sending the mails just to collect the data. Because if you have a data from one particular employee in the organization, you will get entry into the network of the organization, and then with the help of that you will be able to access the data which is relating to the company, for which we are doing analysis, for which we are earning money, for which we are earning our business and making our productions, but that can be accessed by the criminals. So cyber criminals are continuously becoming smarter and becoming more strategic. More and more ways they are finding out. I'll show you few cases also, that how smart these criminals are, how smart they are doing games through which they can trap the people like us. And we feel that, okay, this is safe. We feel that, okay, this is a very good way to access these things. This is a real thing, but a lot of things are fishy in different ways. So we need to understand that cyber security is the fastest growing industry. We need a lot of professionals, those who can work on data security, those who can provide security to the organization's information. So that is very, very important to understand this, because this cost billions to the company. So I've taken few important threats. I hope that one session already taken by Mohapatra sir for the security threats. So I'm just going to point out the attacks or threats which are very, very severe to the security of the data. So the first attack, if you see, is the social engineering attack. Then we have a phishing attack. So I have one slide for all the attacks in which I'm going to discuss that. And few slides I have created just to show you that how these attacks are happening. So if you see the social engineering attack, this is the simplest way of doing attack. So first is preparing the ground for the attack, identifying the victims, gathering the background information. So this attack can be happened by putting the flash drive in the company's, you can say that the pantry also, company's ground also, somebody seeing the pen drive, taking it, using it, and maybe that pen drive can also have certain malware which can be automatically downloaded into the system. Or social engineering attacks can be happen by the social media platforms where we are posting our information. I've seen a lot of time on the forums that if people are not happy with their product, if people are not happy with the services of the company, they are openly talking about that because we have freedom of speech. But what they are doing in that speech is they are sharing complete information about the service or about the product which they have purchased. So they are writing that I have purchased my product on 28th of July. My order number is this. My name is this, my phone number is this, and this all I purchased from the Flipkart. So if someone is giving such information in the social media platform, the person is going to gather the background information, or the persons are having the information from the compromised data which is available. So they can have the information and they can select the attack methods that they have to use the phishing, they have to use some other techniques to target the person, and maybe there are ways wishing also in which they can use this social engineering to call them and to make, like you can say that the to make you feel like you are getting a call from a very very well known company or from a trusted source, and they will be in your trap. So with all these information, the attackers are using these techniques and then they are trying to get the data from your side. Once they collect the information, they are going to attack the victim by engaging the victim, talking. Now, this attack is a lot of time we have seen that this attack is happening with children. Like Cyber Peace Foundation is working with such organization and such academies where we are getting the information that children has accepted the friend request from someone, and now that person has collected all the information by taking that children in a trust that I'm your friend, I'm your well known, I'm your uncle, share this information, don't be like shy from me. So that person is trying to, criminal is trying to engage the target by creating lot of stories, and children and the people those who are not aware of such things, they are in the trap of those. And then the information will be obtained, how many people in your family, your father is working in which organization. So slowly each and every information will be taken and collected with the help of such attacks. And these attacks are very very serious attacks, because experts saying that social engineering attacks are increasing, and because of that these are known as top threat to the security of the data, because this particular social engineering term is a broad range of malicious activity. Now in this you can have, just I've given the example of pen drive, you can have such other things also, like you can say that the software is available, you can use this software. So people are opening that website for downloading the software, the ads are coming, but when you are downloading the software something else is coming in your system. So a lot of ways criminals are using to trap the customers so that they can reach and they can come to the websites and they can take the benefit from the uh, data which they will be having, or they will gain access to the data. So social engineering attacks happening in a lot of ways. So as we have seen, the another way of the attack is phishing, wishing and smishing. So phishing is a type of social engineering attack in which the criminals are basically use this to steal users' data. Now, cyber security, if we talk, we have three important pillars in cyber security. That is people, process, and technology. So when we talk about a data security tools and technology, we need to understand that every people, we responsible for giving data security to our organization, the process which we are using needs to be protected, needs to be secure. We are not supposed to download anything from anywhere. We should download from the trusted sources, and the technology which we are using, we need to keep track of the technology also. If we have the information or understanding about all these three pillars, then we can say that the security is implemented. So when we talk about the phishing, this phishing is basically occur when an attacker basically send a link to the entity or from a trusted entity. Let's say if I'll be having access to all the participants' mail ID, some attacker is having my access, or maybe Neha's access if I hack. And if I'll get the access of Neha's account, I'll be able to access all the participants' account. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a mail from Neha's account to all the participants. I'm a criminal. I have accessed the Neha's account by lot of ways. As I've shown you one way, that have I been informed your data is compromised, available with attacker. So Neha's data is also compromised and now is in my hand. I'm a criminal. So what I'm going to do is I have the list of the participants for this FDP. The complete detail is available in the email account. I am going to drop a mail to all the participants for some offer, or for some kind of, if you want to download your certificate, click on this. So what is happening in phishing is, what you see is not correct. Some phishing is involved in that mail, or some phishing is there in the message, or some phishing is there in the call. So a lot of phishing things are happening, and victim is basically tempting to open that email. When you receive a mail from Neha that your certificate is ready, please download your certificate. The people who know that Atal FDP certificate is available on the Atal portal only, they will only not trusting that mail. But then again, it is coming from Neha, so they at least open that mail only. That okay, I'll open it, but certificate is available on Atal. Or maybe some people will call Neha also, but many of the people will download the certificate. So when they download the certificate, instead of certificate, something else will be downloaded. So this is happening in phishing, wishing, and phishing. So I have few slides which I have taken. If you see this particular mail, many a time we see that these spam mails or promotional mails are coming. So this mail is coming from my university, and it is saying that, dear network user, this email is meant to inform you that your my university network password will expire in 24 hours. So जैसे ये mail आप देखेंगे, you will be motivated, okay, my password is going to expire, I have to renew this. You are going to click this. So but you are not going to check the URL. You are trusting this name, my university. You are trusting the Flipkart. You are trusting the Apple. You are trusting the Google. You are trusting the brand name, but you are not checking the email ID from which this mail is coming. Another scenario which I was discussing with you, that let's say if I have the one person's account and I'm able to access the WhatsApp of one person. So now I have access to all the contacts of that person. So what is happening is I have contacts, and I'm going to send a message to all the contacts. Now all the contacts are getting this message. Hey, yeah, can you please support and like my song on this Valentine Day? Here is the link. So let's say if I'm again taking the example of Neha ma'am. So Neha ma'am has created a WhatsApp group for Atal FDP. And now Neha ma'am is sending this message. Now we all will think that, okay, some good thing is coming because it's coming from Neha. So now we are going to click this link. Now these kind of messages which are coming to us, we think that it is coming from a trusted source, but maybe someone else can impersonate the account, or maybe someone else has unauthorized access to that account. So if you click on this particular link, a Facebook page will open. Now this particular message is saying that my song is available, and this is showing that it is on YouTube. Now, how come this Facebook page is coming? Many people are not asking this question. They are just start writing their email, start writing their password and submit. Or kiska email password? The Facebook account's email password they are giving. And then they are giving login, and then they are reaching to the page, which is again a phishing page. But they are not looking at the URL which is coming. So very, very simple way these criminals are using, because many people are not literate. Many people are not knowing that these are the threats which can happen and which can cause a security. But if someone has already reported any phishing link, you will see such kind of a page in which the many people will not be able to open this, and you have to go back to safety. So these things can also happen, that you can save these phishing links and you can help the other people in the society also, so that they will not open such messages and such mails. If you see this particular message, this is my favorite SMS message. We all people fill income tax, and we all are very responsible citizen. If any message is coming like this, in which this message is saying that your income tax refund of rupees 15,480. The moment you see this figure, many people will think कि मेरा तो return था ही नहीं. I was not supposed to get, but okay, income tax is giving me. So I'm so happy to get this refund. So what they are doing is they are not reading the complete message, but they are reading the amount. If you see in this message, amount is changed, 16,988. So these messages criminals are sending to lakhs of people, and from lakhs, thousands of people are going to click on this link, which is a phishing link. So this is called smishing, phishing with messages, SMS messages. And they are doing this for collecting the data, your bank account data, your detail, because your data is important. With the help of your data, they can reach to the organization and they can have access to the organizational data also. So these are the messages which are looking very, very attractive. And we are like, we think that, okay, we'll click this link, we'll update that. But the people, those who are aware about the income tax refund process, they know that this automatically coming in the account. No need to update the bank account because it is automatically linked with that. So these things are not clear with many people. That's why they are in the trap of the criminals, and they are taking the benefit of such things. So phishing, wishing, and smishing. Okay, wishing also we have a very interesting example. I'll give you one example of wishing also, then we will move to the next topic. So in wishing, what criminals are doing is they are using voice technique. Let's say I'm going to call, I can see Monica Mathur also as a name in the host. So I'm going to call Dr. Monica. Hello, Dr. Monica, because I have already shared my detail, or my details are available like this. If you see this, so if you see this, my details are available. Date of birth, email address, IP address, name, phone number, and purchases also. So now what I can do is I can call Monica, Dr. Monica. Hello, am I talking to Monica? Monica will say yes. So what can be done is, like, I have, ma'am, you are purchasing from Domino's. Last week I've seen that you have purchased 3 pizzas and you are in our lucky winners. So we are giving you 3 pizzas, or we are giving you certain amounts. Please confirm your bank details with us. Please confirm these things with us. So the people who is getting such calls, they think that, okay, we are getting some offer, because the person is giving a real detail about the purchases. The person is giving real detail about the physical address. The person is giving real detail about all the deliveries. So you think that, okay, this is the correct information. This is a call from Domino's for sure. But this is not a call from Domino's. The criminals are trained in such a way that the normal people can be off their trap. So we have to understand, and we have to think that why Domino's is giving such treats to me, why Domino's is giving these calls to me. Please check everything. Be reasonable when you are in the online world. Then you can be safe from such phishing things. So next we will go to the patch management that comes through the completely organization and your system security, because many attacks start with the outdated software, and many attacks start with outdated hardware also. So what happen is that because these softwares are not up to date with software patches, and this leaves companies vulnerable in any number of information security breaches. Every time whenever we see a patch, that patch means that some kind of security is taken care, some kind of vulnerability is taken care. In our mobiles also, we see that patches are coming, updates are coming, but we are not doing that. Many people are not giving, you can say, importance to patch management. But this is very, very important, because as soon as attackers learn of a software vulnerability, they can exploit, they can launch a cyber attack. And if I'll tell you the large scale cyber attack, that is Eternal Blue. I hope that many of you are aware about the Eternal Blue also, in which many systems are compromised, the information was leaked, and it is also, like, we can say that number of PCs are exposed because of the many systems are not patched with the XP. It has happened with the Windows XP only. So it happens. So these are the things which are happening. And this happens in 2019, if I remember. And WannaCry ransomware used basically in this attack. And many system like ransomware is you have a different, your all files are now locked, and that person is asking for some ransom to open those files for your data. But if you have your backup, your data is protected, no need to pay ransom, you can start your business with your backup. So it happens that now people are giving more importance to the backup. Now people are giving more importance to the recovery plan, disaster recovery plan, business continuity plans because of this. So we need to understand that the patch management is very, very important, because in this case, if your system is not patched, we have 0-day vulnerability, we have 1-day vulnerability in which the attackers have the access to these vulnerabilities, and they are planning the attack to breach the system because this is having this vulnerability. So we need to patch and we need to manage when and how we are patching our systems, how we are updating our system. When we talk about the antivirus patching, antivirus update, in that antivirus patch also, the antivirus database is updated, and because of which the new virus, if it is coming, antivirus is able to detect that, antivirus is able to protect our system from that. So we need to understand about the patch management system. I have taken one slide on cloud security also, because when we talk about a data security, now our data is available in the cloud environment. Now our data is resting in cloud, transiting in cloud. So we need to understand about the security in the cloud environment. So many a time people are saying that cloud is not secure. I've seen and I've heard this conversation also. So cloud is secure, but it is a shared responsibility model. If you see in this picture, the on-prem data we have, where's my pen? Okay, so shared responsibility model it is having. We have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Now, in the shared responsibility model, when you are dealing everything on premises, physical data center, you have your data center, you have your infrastructure. At that point of time, the complete responsibility is of users, is of customer, who is owning this property, who is owning the data, who is owning the services, because it is on premises. When you are moving to infrastructure as a service platform, so at that point of time, because it is giving you infrastructure support, so in this case the infrastructure will be provided by the cloud. So now cloud is going to share the infrastructure, in which the complete infrastructure will be managed and security is provided by the cloud only. So cloud is taking care of responsibility, and then you have to take care of the applications which you are running on that infrastructure. If you are on the platform as a service, then again we have a different security model, in which the platform is also provided by the cloud, and whatever platform is given, infrastructure is also supported by the cloud service provider. So it is the complete responsibility of the cloud owner to give security to these points, because this is a platform as a service. And when you are talking about the security as software as a service, complete stack which is available is maintained and managed by the cloud. You just have to take care of the accessing and the data. So IAM policy needs to be very, very managed properly in terms of cloud, because data is available, who is accessing, which role can access, which user can access, that is very, very important in terms of data security. So nowadays, the companies are looking for people, those who understand identity and access management, because with the help of the identity only, people are accessing it. So roles are created, users are created, groups are created. Based on those things, people are able to access the information. So we have to understand a little bit more about the cloud. So what are the threats and risks in the cloud and on-prem things? So in COVID pandemic, we have seen that the huge effect on the economy, we all agree with that, on our social life, on the way we work, on the way we treat our technology, on the way we talk with the people, share our information. So crisis actually focus the attention from on-prem to cloud. So most of the companies, maybe it is a small or big, they are going to cloud. So there are certain threats related to on-prem, but now the threats are added which are there in the cloud also. So credentials can be stolen. Encryption is there, like you can encrypt the data. There are a lot of techniques in the cloud which you can implement for encrypting your data, which is the safest way of securing the data so that no other person will be able to read that information, will be able to access that information. But then what happens if that encryption technique is not strong enough? So what kind of things you are happening, what kind of things you are using in the cloud area, that is important, because the risk of phishing attacks is increasing everywhere. Same, they are increasing in the cloud also, and the cloud security is raising the business, and it is losing the business also because of the cyber attacks and because of the myth which people is having that cloud provider has to take the complete responsibility of my data. I'm going to be free from data and cloud provider is going to take care of data, but this is not the case. We have seen the cloud security model, and this is a shared responsibility model between customer and the company. So enterprise information security and risk management. So in particular, this area end users are spending in India. If I'll share the expected, or it is $2.08 billion in 2021. So the reports are saying that in India, the expected expenditure on security is this much. And this is increased of 9.5% from 2020. And you can go to the other countries, this ratio is different. There are also a lot of attacks which are happening. They also have their own statistics. So cloud is growing, but the same way, the attacks are also growing in the cloud. So it is important to have certain things. So if we see that credentials are stolen, if we see the first point, so in this case, if an attacker gain access to users' cloud credentials, what will happen? That attacker can have now access to the cloud service provider service to provisional the additional resources, to shut down the resources which are running right now. Now, when they are going to shut down the resources, the application will not work because every application is having minimum provisional resources on which cloud will work. Or if someone is going to add the additional resources, the cost will increase. So if the credentials are in with some criminals' hands or are stolen, these kind of problems can come. Or also attacker can also use the resources to target the organizations, administrative users, mails can be sent, data can be stolen, or other mishappening can also be done if the credentials are stolen in the cloud premises. So this particular thing is raising now because the people are using the similar password for multiple mail IDs. So please remember, change your password if you are also following the similar strategy, that you have a same password for all the email addresses, same PIN number for all the bank accounts. Please change and maintain the multiple passwords for different accounts. Because I give this example to the students when I'm taking the sessions, that when in family we have 6 people, so all 6 people are having different toothbrush. Then why to use same password for all the accounts? Why not we can have a different toothbrush for all the email addresses? So please think about that. Another important point which is there in the cloud is vendor lock-in. Now, what is this vendor lock-in is that this particular thing, vendor lock-in, becomes an issue when an organization considers moving its assets or operations from one CSP to another. So now the owner is moving from one cloud to another, let's say from AWS to Azure. Now the organizations discover the cost or effort or schedule, and it will like necessary to have this movement because of the growing need of the technology. But then what happen is maybe the vendor is not going to provide that support, or vendor lock-in period will be there. So these things can create a problem because the data which vendor is keeping in a different format and different standard, the new vendor is having data in a different format. So you have to have the conversion of the formats. In that also you can lost the data, or in that also the vendor can encrypt certain information which are again confidential and use that information in the future to gain access or have some favors to you. This is not happening with the big companies, but then vendor lock-in is a major concern in the security in the cloud area, because in the vendor, again, we have third-party vendors also. We are talking about one cloud, but in one cloud, we can have multiple vendors. We can take security service from one vendor. We can take infrastructure service from one vendor. So multiple vendors we have to work when we are working in a cloud. So our data is with multiple vendors. So these kind of situations can complicate when you are moving from one service provider to another service provider. Also, it increased complexity strain to IT staff, because when you are moving from locations or you are moving from on-prem to cloud, again, the complexity of IT operations increased initially, because whatever you were doing in on-prem, now you have to replicate everything in the cloud, but in a different manner. So that managing, integrating the things, operating in the cloud is requiring the existing staff to be trained in such a way that that staff will be able to manage the things in the cloud environment also. Ma'am, I hope that I'm audible because I just have to check this. Please, if someone can write in the chat. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm just checking it because sometimes it happens that your connection lost and you speak only. Huh? Whether
No, ma'am, you are very much clear.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this. So the third point is increased. This is cloud service provider, sir. Which is providing the cloud services. So, जब आप एक cloud से you are moving to another cloud, these problems can come. Also, when you are moving from on-prem to cloud, the problems can come because your staff is not trained. Your softwares and your applications are built in such a way that they're running fine in the on-prem, but when you are going to cloud, again, you need to redesign it. And in that terms also, you will lose business. You will lose the security also of the data, because there are a lot of threats. Few data is residing in on-prem, few data is in the cloud. So data is again scattered. You have to train your staff properly for maintaining or managing such issues. Also, insider abuse, authorized access is there, because such as staff, administration, or like they can also abuse their authorized access to the organizations or CSP network. What happened is, one case I've seen that in cloud, as I told you that we have many vendors. So every vendor is having its own responsibility of providing the security to the region. Now the vendor is having, now if this vendor is having access to each and everything which is there in the cloud, because we are not managing and maintaining the roles properly. Let's say in our organization, for example, in our universities and colleges, if faculty is able to check each and everything which is there in the data set or which is there in the database of university, the salaries of the other employees, the database of the students, or other confidential data which is only related to the university, or the third party is working for your university and able to check all the details which is available in the university. So what happened? We are giving our information to some other person. So that person is insider because connected with our university, but then it can abuse the authorized access also. So that's why it is important to have proper implementation of identity and access management. This is the booming area and this is the much demanding area for securing the data, for securing the unauthorized access to the data in the platforms like cloud. Because there you don't know, you will be identified with your digital identity only. Cloud, everything is role based, everything is permission based. So if you have that permission, you can access the data. If you're not having that permission, you cannot access the data. So this is very, very important to understand the insider abuse authorized access also. Then your stored data is lost. Somehow your data is lost because you have some kind of malicious attack, your data is lost. Also, accidentally, some accounts are deleted. It happens. Human mistakes are there. So this problem is there, but you have a proper backup and recovery plan. This issue will be resolved. This will not be a threat to your data. And supply chain is compromised. So a cloud service provider is having certain information, certain data. So every time it needs to evaluate, and that's why it is important to have a compliance, because when you are giving supply to the data from one point to another point to third point, then fourth point. So when your data is traversing, You need to have a proper security of your data when the chain is there. When your supply chain is there of your data, for managing your data, for traversing your data, you need to have the integrity and confidentiality of the data, and that will be provided again with the help of certain compliances. Who is sending the data and who is accessing the data is point number 2. So these requirements are there, and these things are very, very important when you are enforcing the compliances, when you are enforcing the regulatory issues, because with the help of those things only we can maintain and manage the security of the data in the cloud, because everything is available, open and accessible. If you are not having roles, if you are not having groups, your data will be exposed, your data will be hand off any other people. As you know that S3 bucket had S3 bucket was available in the open access to the people, because that was not secured, that was not created as a private object, as a private S3. So if human error is there, we cannot like prevent from those kind of errors, but at least we can try to prevent such errors. So if you see the data related security in cloud or in in-prem, so data breaches are happening which are creating problem for confidentiality or integrity. Data lock-in period is there, because when you are moving from one vendor to another vendor, as we discussed, that vendor lock-in problem in cloud is there. It is a situation, as we discussed, where customers are dependent or logged in on a single cloud provider technology, and now it is not easy to switch to the another vendor. Nowadays, there are a lot of compliances in which this matter is taken care. But if your data is logged in, and let's say vendor is saying that I'll not be able to release complete data because it is stored in a different format, you have to change the format, and for that, again, you have to spend some time or cost. Your data is also there in the vendor's account. So these problems can be there. That's why the compliance is created. That's why the standard rules are created, in which if you have your data in cloud, if you are taking the services of any CSP, the rules are there if you want to move from one to another. Now, data remnants is the residual representation of data that have been normally erased or removed in some way. So what it is saying is that you want to save your critical data, that it not be like in the hands of, or it's not the unauthorized access or any disturbance to your data, but you want to also have the understanding of data which you want to securely delete. Now what happen is, when we talk about the data, so we all are in the academics, we all know those things, but I'm just giving a small example. We have, I'll just do the example with this. Let's say this is a desktop which I have, and I have a file. So this file which I have created, now this file is available. So we know that now we can access this file, because the pointer to your voice is cracking. We'll wait for 1 minute, sir. Maybe that network will come back. If it is okay now, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Sometime like packets drop, so it happens. Barish, are you? Okay. So if you see this document, sir, new text document, everyone. So now this particular document is linked with this folder. When we are writing something in this folder, so that is available. So we can write a lot of things in this folder. This is my confidential data, which I've stored in this file. Now, when I'm deleting this file, I'm only deleting the link of this file. Or when I'm deleting this data, I'm sure that you all know that when I'm deleting this data, I'm just deleting the information or link to that information. Actually, the data is there only at that location. The memory location where I've written this is already having this information, but I'm just deleting the link. So what happens is, when we are not using any device, when we are dumping any device, so we should delete this. Now I have used shift delete. I've deleted that file. It means that I've deleted completely. I cannot restore this. But then we have a lot of forensic techniques and tools which are there, through which we can recover the data also. Now, because the memory location which we were having, this location is having this data. But the link to this data is lost now. This is not there. Data is there, but you cannot see that because the link is disconnected now. But when you are not using that device and you are dumping that device, make sure that this data is not available in your device and nobody is able to recover that. Now, how to manage that? We have lot of bit erasing techniques which are available. Bit eraser softwares are there. Now, these softwares are helping us in overwriting the information. Kaise? This memory area is available. We have formatted our phones, we have formatted our devices, but then also people are able to recover the data with the help of the tools. So how we can save data? We can use such softwares. Now these softwares are having the strategy through which they are overwriting the bits. Each and every bit in the memory location, they are overwriting. And not once, they are overwriting multiple times with the scrappy or garbage values. So when you are multiple time writing something, your complete data will be lost and you will not be able to identify that what you have written initially and what you want to recover. So this data remnants is saying that if you are not requiring that data now, please destroy that data in such a way that nobody will be able to recover that data and misuse that data. So that is very, very important in this condition right now. We are frequently changing our laptops. We are frequently changing our mobiles. So it is important to note that in the life cycle of the data, we need to destroy the data at the end when we are not requiring that data. So this is important because most of the data is exposed because of this weakness only. That data is available in the device, and because of this, lot of breaches are happening. So if you see the data related security issues, data recovery, data locality. So data recovery means you can recover the data. So for that, there are a lot of recovery techniques also, which cloud and the on-prem premises we can use. So we can take the backup. We can use the hot and cold websites where our data is there. We can quickly swap between the, as we have hot swappable hard disk, we have hot swappable websites also. It costs a lot, but then your business require that, so you have to pay for that. So data recovery techniques are there. You can define the recovery techniques. In cloud, again, you need to define the minutes or second in which you want a recovery or backup of your data. Like Cloud Metrics is giving 5 minutes of backup, 5 minutes of taking the backup of complete data which you have created. So every cloud service provider is having different techniques. You can also share your technique or your importance of the data, because you need to understand the recovery of the information, because when your data is lost, your business is not able to work, because your business is working with this petrol only, and which is the data. So your vehicle will not work. So what happen is you have to identify that up to which time my business will be able to survive, or this much of time I can bear if my data is not available or if my service is down. Up to this amount of data I can bear if it is lost. Last 2 seconds data, last 3 seconds data I can bear if I'll not be able to get that. These things will maintain RPO and RTU. Recovery time, recovery point, through which you can identify ki aapko, when you want to recover the data, when you want to take the backups of your information. So this is about the data recovery, because we need to secure our information, and wherever we are taking recovery, wherever we are taking backups, we need to have encryption techniques, because we need to save our data in transit and we need to save our data in rest. So transit may we are seeing that a lot of techniques are there, but encryption is required when your data is in the rest also. And again, the accessing mechanism is also needs to be defined. When someone is accessing the data, who can access the data, who cannot access the data, everything we need to define. Now data locality, the problem in the cloud is that your data is available at different locations, at different countries also. As we know that AWS cloud is creating 6 copies of the data. Now customer is also not knowing that this 6 location is where, because in cloud we need availability, on demand availability. So this availability is ensured with the help of 6 copies or 6 replicas of the data. Now this 6 replicas can be anywhere in the world, and we are not aware about those replicas. So what happen is data locality issue can come because wherever your data is residing, the law of that country will work. So what happen is we can have the cloud environment in which the data is saved, but you can also define that I want to save my data in this location only, or I want to save my data in this country only. So these kind of regulations you can apply for securing your data, because what happen is, let's say my organization data is in the China, some kind of war is happening. So China laws is saying that whatever data is residing in China's locality, the security agencies can check that data, can access that data, can do the forensics for that data. Why the organization's data is exposed, but the data is of some other country. But because the data's replica is available in another country, the laws of that will work. So data locality is the issue which is there for the security also. So we can have certain kind of measures in which the location of the users or location of the data can be maintained, and with the help of certain compliances and regulation, these problems can be resolved. These are a lot of malwares which are there, which are very, very popular. Now we see that the very, very popular or hero spyware is Pegasus. We see a lot of cases which are happening. The newspapers are having this information, Pegasus, changing its look and feel every time whenever you are trying to trace that. Even you cannot identify that your phone is infected with Pegasus. Ransomwares are there, as we discussed, that it is having the power. This malware is, I think the malwares are covered already by Mohapatra sir, or should I explain these malware types? Can anybody tell me? Because I've seen one session from Mohapatra sir on cyber security. Okay. So I'll just briefly explain. So if we talk about first, the number one is viruses. So these viruses are nothing but the set of instructions which we have written in any programming language. So these viruses are programs which are used to infect the machines. Now this infection can be very simple infection, which we used to use when we were in the engineering colleges, that we have created a program. Whenever you are executing that program, your system restarted. Or whenever you are executing your program, your system is showing only a blue screen. So these viruses are created to disturb the normal execution. These viruses are created to disturb the normal operations of the devices or the machines. These can be of many forms, like these can be form of worm also, which are replicating, self-replicating. Now this virus need a human intervention to start. Like you have to execute that file to activate the virus. But worm is self-replicating. It's flooding the network and it's self-replicating. If we talk about the keylogger, this is a very serious malware we see. I'll give you one example. I've seen one case also in Cyber Peace Foundation. We received one case in which that person is saying that whatever I'm writing or whatever new password I'm creating, that person is able to hack that account, or someone is accessing my account, because that person's mobile was having this keylogger. What happened with keylogger is, when you start your machine, these people know that how the data is coming. I'm giving you a very simple way of this thing. When you start your machine, very first time we see that the screen in which we are giving a passwords. Password to open our machine. So I have given a password as, let's say, 1234. This is not the actual password of my machine. I'm just giving it to you. Please use the different combination of the password. But for opening this machine, let's say I've given 1234. So keylogger, what keylogger is doing is keep tracking of the keys which I'm pressing. So I've pressed 1234 and enter. So this is recorded. Now I'm opening some applications. If it is requiring authentication, I am accessing username and password. If not, I'm opening it, using it, clicking something. Let's say I'm opening gmail.com. So I'm writing gmail.com and then enter. Now this particular string is recorded. Now after that, I'm entering username. What happened? Yes, I'm entering username and password. So this complete string, whatever username I have written, let's say Bilasha, password again I have written some nonsense password I have, very strong password I have. So I've given that. But then keylogger who is having the access of this software, that person is having complete log when I have opened this, what kind of keys I have pressed, everything is available. Many times we have seen that people are using virtual keypad. It is safe to use virtual keypad, but now attackers have created keylogger software in such a way that they can also keep track of the virtual keypad also. So they have advanced techniques, which are maybe some costly things. Free keyloggers maybe can record only the keys which we press, but the softwares are there. The malicious softwares are there in a keylogger category, which can also store the virtual keypad keys also. So that is also not safe, but we cannot do anything because in online mode, everything is unsafe. We cannot rely on anything, but that's there. So these are the keylogger software. Then we have a Trojan horse. So it means we have a box, we have a gift. Now in this gift, we have something which is not correct. Malicious video is off, you can go. So we have this box. Inside this box, we have something else. We are thinking that this is a gift, but when we are opening it, it's having something else. So what happens is when we are downloading something from the internet, with the downloading process, when we are clicking email, when we are opening any website, the Trojan horses are there in the software. So they are residing in some other software and then they are accessing it. So hidden in some other software, hidden in some box. So these are again create some problems in the system. All these malwares are basically created to disturb the normal operation, created to disturb the normal day-to-day operations and the systems working. So spyware, we see the Pegasus virus. So these spywares are very, very strong and smart softwares which can keep track of each and activity of your device. It can automatically switch on your camera also. It can automatically, like Pegasus also having this power, automatically switch on the camera anytime without your notification, without your consent. It can automatically open that. It can automatically open the mic, record everything what is happening, record each and every activity, record each and every website which you are visiting, what you are communicating, your messages, your entire history of your device can be traced with the help of spyware. And these are the softwares which are used for creating the private videos of the males and females, and then the criminals are using to blackmail them. So these are very, very harmful, and it is very sad that we cannot identify that we have something in our mobile. We don't know that if our mobile is infected with spyware. We can only identify if our mobile is working slow. We see that some different websites are opening. We are not able to control them. Then only we know that something like happening in our mobile, which is not good. Something happening in my laptop, which is not good. Some websites are opening. Some everywhere I see that something is downloading. So, but we cannot identify that which kind of malware is there. We can say that machine is infected with malware if machine is not working properly, but the type of malware it is difficult to identify. Maybe we can identify with the help of some enterprise softwares. I don't have access to that, but whatever I've studied based on that I'm sharing. It is difficult to identify the type of the malware also, the what kind of spyware is used in your machine. And rootkit is there to change the registry, or it basically works with the OS. So this is also very harmful. Adware is also very, very harmful because with the help of this, lot of malicious or phishing ads are coming on our screens. When we are clicking those things, they are taking it to some other website like prawn websites, or the websites which are not very comfortable to us or which are not very secure. Some other things are available over there. So all these spectrum, if you see, these are very, very few malware types which I have shared with you. There are a lot of other malwares which are also there, which is a very huge and big name, that is DDoS attack, which is using bot for attacking the devices, for attacking the systems. Your complete structure shut down, your complete production house shut down because of such attacks, because of such malwares. So these are very, very important to know, important to understand, because nearly 98% of cyber attacks rely on some form of such attacks. And these are happening. Small and big companies are facing such issues. And because of this, people are thinking that compliance can be used for protection, compliance can be used for providing the security. If we want to understand, I think I've explained each and every malware. If anybody is having the remote access is also over here. I missed this. So this remote access is when you have the remote access of your machine. Someone else is having your remote access. Like in the DDoS attack, this is happening, that someone else is having access to your machine. So I'll give you a little brief about these attacks. So what happened is we have multiple machines in the network. So, and we have one machine which is of attacker machine, which is my bot master, or which is a master of a complete attack. So what can happen is there are a lot of vulnerabilities in every machine. We know that in our machines also we have vulnerability. We have open ports. Our machines are not secure. So what happened is the attacker is trying to check every machine, that which machine is having certain security loopholes. Let's say this attacker finds machine A and compromised it. Compromised it means attacker has sent some malicious software to machine A, and now this machine A is having that software running in this machine A, and because of that, this machine is now zombie machine. This machine is there, but this machine is working as per the instruction of the attacker. Now attacker is giving the instruction that now try to make other zombies in the network only. In your organization, let's say in Amazon network, if let's say we have these many machines, and if attacker is able to access one machine, that attacker is going to give the command to the zombie machine that now infect other machines in the network. Now this particular zombie machine is going to create other, or attack master is also searching for the other machines, and with the help of this, the complete chain of the machines, those who are having some security loopholes, those who are not having some security settings, these all machines are going to be zombie and are going to be remotely controlled by the attacker. Whatever instruction attacker is giving, based on the payload, based on the instruction, the machines are going to work. And this is going to harm, or these kind of attacks, which are known as distributed denial of service attack, these attacks takes months and weeks to set up. Once the entire network is set up, the target area is the amount of zombies which this attack is want to create in millions. And we are not sure that our machines are also taking participation in such attacks or not. And we don't know because we are not keeping track of the network which is going from our machines. We are relying on whatever we are seeing. We are happy that, okay, our machine is running fine. But we are not keeping track of the network which is flowing inside our machine, going outside, coming inside. So maybe our machine can also be zombie. Zombie machines are also doing day-to-day activities of the organization. But then at particular time when attacker is activating these machines are doing specific tasks which are mentioned by the attacker. So these attacks can be planned to have the access of the data or completely shut down the whole system. So these are very, very severe attacks which are happening. Now we see that how we can prevent such things. We are coming to our topic very soon, maybe 1 or 2 slides more. So just quickly, I'll summarize this, that many people think that compliance is, because I have given much of the time in explaining the threats and the problems which are coming. Now it is easy for you all to understand that how these tools and technologies can be implemented and how these things are important. Because tools and technologies are nothing but the encryption techniques, nothing but the pen testing things. So these things are there, but then how we can prevent these things is important. So compliance is basically the set of rules and standards which you are implementing to cover all the bodies, the internal, the external, the role of the vendors. Just a minute. also relying on technology, it happens that you are relying that your laptop will work for 4 hours, but that's fine, it's working. So in this case, that many of the organizations are thinking that if they are meeting the compliance, if they are following certain standard, it means they have implemented the data security technologies. It's not like that. Compliance is only mentioning the regulation and standards, who can access, who is accessing. The compliance is make the organization audit ready, to manage your access of the data ready, protection of your data ready, but it doesn't mean that your data is secure. So we have to think about this. I've included few slides on the compliance also. If you talk about the mobile security threats, we have seen a lot of threats in the slides, that mobile technology can be a significant essence to the business, because now if we see the mails, we see on mobile. If we are attending the WebEx meeting, we are attending from mobile. So each and everything we are doing right now from the mobiles. So data leakage can happen. We are using unsecured Wi-Fi, problems can come. Network spoofing can happen. Phishing attacks are happening on mobiles. We have seen the examples. So threats are there, and a lot of the companies are reporting the issues that the attacks are happening with the employees' mobile only. So a lot of security measures are required in the mobile devices also. And the another is bring your own devices. So we need to have a strong policy for beyond, because now the employees are encouraged to use their own devices because they're working from home. Not every company is sending laptop or desktop to the employees. We are using our own personal devices. So that time it is important to have the policies. Now you're working from home, but when you're going to offices, maximum or many corporates are allowing or permitting that you can have your devices in the organization or in the enterprise, but then you need to follow the policies, because we don't know that how many people are security savvy, how many people are aware about the security settings. So that's why these policies are very, very important, because otherwise these beyond the bring your own devices, the employees devices, leave companies exposed to serious cyber attacks. So that's why it is important to have bring your own device. The another important thing is Internet of Things. We know that everything is available, devices are connected, data is shared amongst different devices. But then what is happening is the sharing of the data is there, but how much capability these devices are having, how much capacity of having the security settings these devices are having. If you are aware about the Mirai attack, this Mirai attack happens by compromising IP scanners, IP cameras. Lakhs of cameras were compromised in this Mirai attack, which happens in 2016, I guess. This is the biggest bot attack which happens with devices of IoT. So you see the large amount of data is used by these devices. These devices are generating a variety of information, volume of data. But if we are not providing the security to the Internet of Things, then your data will be compromised. And what we are doing in the analysis process, whatever data we are collecting from sensors, maybe in the smart grid, maybe in the production company, maybe in the cement manufacturing company, we are working on increasing the production based upon the data we are receiving from the sensors, we are receiving from the PLCs, which we have mentioned. Now, if we are not receiving the correct information, the complete analysis process will be lost. So it is important to have the Internet of Things security, and we have to rely on Internet of Things, because now we have Internet of Medical Things also, which is known as IoMT. So in this, the medical devices and applications are connected to healthcare IT systems using the network technology. And now the personal information is flowing in these networks. So it is very, very important to have certain things, because this is a big threat to the data security. Outdated hardware is the most challenging thing, because I have one laptop which I have purchased in 2008, and a few things which I cannot run on that laptop. But if I'm using that laptop in the organization and they are using the updated version of Windows, that laptop maybe will not be able to work on that. So these issues are there. The outdated hardwares are there in the most of the small companies also. The big companies, big names are changing their hardwares, changing their way they are working with the things. But then everything is not coming from the software only. There are a lot of things which are coming from the hardware also, because based on the capacity of hardware, you can install the things. Based on the capacity of hardware, you can install the software on that. So sometimes the hardware is responsible for the cyber attacks, and the devices are bound to rely on the old softwares because of the capacity of the hardware, and then you will not be able to have the security patches in that. Insider threats is very, very important. Everything is important, but this is also important thing. Compromised users are there. If the employees are not having much information, they can be compromised. And if they are compromised, they don't know, and they are accessing the information. So data is also available with the criminals, those who have compromised their information, those who have the identity of the insider accounts, as we have seen. The careless user, they are not having the security techniques, their laptops are open, no password is there, all the ports are open, security is not patched, OS is not patched, problems will come. The most dangerous people are malicious users, most dangerous. In the organization, we are looking for hike, we are looking for promotions. Let's say if one company people is not happy with the promotion, and that person is leaving because of a new job, maybe that person can create certain cases in the inside of the accounts that that person can access from the outside also. There are a lot of cases we have seen with the help of logic bomb. The employees has written a code in such a way that this bomb will target it when this people will leave the organization, and this logic bomb will expose the complete data of the organization. Lot of things these malicious users are planning because they want to harm the reputation of the company. They can steal the data, they can sell that data to other organization, other competitors. So insider threats are always there in the organization, and we have to identify these threats to save our data from these particular threats. Now we come to the point, which is tools and technology of the data security. Now we understood the importance of data security. Now we can understand the plan, how to protect it, and then we can see few things also, because I'm going to share slides with everybody. So few things which are not required, I'm not going to give in detail or brief in the lecture. You can go through the slides. So data security technology is coming in different ways. We can have threats from external resources. We can threat from internal resources. So from everywhere we can have the threats, and we have to have management of both the parties. And also we have data in the physical format. We have data in the digital format, because most of the things we have in the physical manner also. We have to save both the things. So tools and technology, if you see, we have authentication, backups and recovery, tokenization, data encryption, data masking, data eraser, data resilience. So these things we are going to discuss now. So first, if we are going to talk about the authentication, so in authentication means you are, it is basically used by the server to know that who is exactly accessing the information. So this is authentication. And authorization means you are authorizing a person to have certain capability to access the information. So who is accessing is authentication. Now this can be checked with the help of the password based authentication, certificate based authentication, biometric authentication, token based, or password based. Thank you so much, ma'am. So authentication and authorization is important. You have authorized one person to access the data. Now you are authenticating that that person is accessing your data or not. Someone else is coming to access their data or not. Like this FDP, the let's say 150 or 200 faculty members are registered. So other than 150 or 200, if someone is coming, you have to check and you have to authenticate that. So password based, we all know that we have password based authentication in which we are using the passwords. This is the simplest way of protecting the data, to ask our customers to choose a password. Now I request everybody to use nonsense password. Now, this is a very funny thing, but if you have a nonsense password and if you have a password, this is a very, very basic information. We all know, but we not follow. Numbers 0 to 9, alphabets, small alphabets, special characters. If you are going to have the combination of this and more than 10 or 14 bits long, our password is safe. So please use nonsense password. Do not use sense wala password, which can be tracked, which can be hacked, or which can be guessed by someone. I'll show you right now the brute force attack, which is very simple using certain techniques. You can brute force certain accounts and you can access those accounts. It is very easy. So that's why it is important to have a different combination of passwords. Now we can have two-factor authentication also, in which different measures, multi-factor authentication is also used. Hardware-based authentication is also used. Certificate-based authentication is used, in which digital certificate is used to identify the, where is my, yes. So digital certificate is used to identify the user's machine or devices before you are granting access to them. So this is certificate-based authentication. We have biometric authentication also, in which biometric is used. The fingerprints can be mapped. You can create a fingerprint with the help of some material which is available. You can create a clone of your fingerprints. There are material which is available. I have seen one of my student in earlier organization taken this case study and created a clone of the fingerprints. You can use certain material through which you can create the fingerprints on that, and you can use it for the attendance purposes also. So this can be ruined, but then you have iris, which you cannot like compromise. Iris is there. Number of time you are flicking your eyes, that is there. The structure of your eyes is there. So these biometrics can be used to check. Face recognition is there, which you cannot breach. So those things you can use for authenticating the people. And token-based authentication is a new technique which replaces the traditional passwords with the unique combination of PIN and token. You have certain PIN and you have a token. So no need to have a complex big password. With the help of token and that password, you can authorize that person that, okay, this is authenticated one and this is accessing the information. Then we have backups and recoveries, which we discussed. That in backups and recovery, we are taking the backup because disasters can happen, and disaster as a service is now used. Disaster recovery as a service, DR as a service, or DAAS as a service, in which backup and recovery will be used because it increases the reliability. You can rely on your system because you have a backup, strong backup with you. It can also protect the reputation of the business because you know that your data is not, your data loss is not there. Your data is there with the organization in any case. If let's say in any storm is coming, any earthquake is coming, then also that enterprise is having backup and will be able to restore everything within few minutes or maybe in day. So that is there. Also technology can fail, but these backups will be there, or recovery will be there with you. You can recover the information. Now for backup and recovery, the most important thing is you are talking about securing your data. So which data you want to have in your backup and which data you want to recover, that you need to document properly. With the help of that only you can have the fast backups and recovery. As now that you are recovering everything which is there, but that is of no use. But when it is time to recover a important thing, you're not able to recover that or backup that because you have lots of data in your backup. So for recovering the things, what things you want to recover, what things you want to take as a backup, that is important and that you have to take care of. You can have backups in tape drives, you can have backups in cloud, you can have your on-prem data center in which you can take the backups. So you can use these things. The another next important is encryption. Encryption is basically you are applying a code to your data, you are encrypting the information, and with the help of that data only, that data will be decrypted. So these softwares are effectively enhancing the security measures because you are having a lock to this data. Now, if you want to open this lock, you need a key. And that key is available to the organizations only. So data encryption is a very strong technique because it can be decrypted only by a user with an authorized key. And encryption, we can say that is used to have your protection to your data in the rest, and also when you are exchanging the data in the transit also. So in both the way it is providing it. So passwords you can use for encryption. As we all know that password are not saved as it is in the database. The hash values of password is saved, and that is matched with the what we are entering. The decryption keys and the management of the keys which you are creating is also important when you want to have the data encrypted, because when you want to decrypt it also. But if you are not having that key saved, or if you are not having management of the data, that's why in cloud we have a key management services also, where you are managing the keys which you have, because there are multiple services, multiple type of data is available. So every data is having its own decryption key, how to manage that key. So for that also clouds is having key management services. So a lot of things are happening. You have data in hosted your on-prem data center, you have data in cloud. So both the places you have different techniques to encrypt your information, but this is a strong technique for securing the information. We have data masking. So if you see in this example, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So this, as you remember that messages are coming, so last may you see the xxx, because data is masked. You don't want to expose everything, you are just showing the information which is minimum required, and rest all you have masked. Now these things can be given to the other teams, and they can demask it and they can use it. So you know that whenever the bank statement is coming, they are not giving your complete account number, or the password is also, you know, that key is also given to you in terms of your name, last 4 digits of your name, last 4 digits of your birthday, or your phone number. So number of combinations are given. So data is masked because it is hiding the data by using some different letters or numbers, or using the proxy characters. So you are not showing the actual information when you are transiting or when you are sharing with someone. Data is still there, but you are not able to see that data because it is masked. So this is also a technique which you can use for giving the security to the data which is in the organization. The token thing which we discussed, that tokenization or the token thing which we see is applied in terms of the data security. When you, like, it is basically a process of substituting a sensitive data, whatever data you have, for substituting a sensitive data element with a non-sensitive element. What it means is that you have given a token number. Now, based upon that token number, your data and your services will be mapped. So what you are doing is, it is a reference which is mapping with your data. So the person who is checking this information is able to access this token also. Only what is linked with that token, what is behind this token, will not be able to checked by the person, because this is a tokenization process. So you have this information which you have created a token, and you have given as a token A. Now you have given the system. When the system wants to access, the system is going to check with the map number of this token and able to access the information. But it is safe because it is now in the format of token, not in the format of data. So it is a very hot topic in the payment industry, because the token is available with all the payments. Your information is collected in the formats of token, and that is because it is a personally identifiable information, that is PI or PII, and we have to keep track of this. The credit card data, the transaction details, the PIN number which you are sharing, all those things are combined as a token, and then it is traversing in the network. So this is also a very strong way of providing the security to your sensitive information and to your important information. It is created in 2001. Started in 2001, but now popularly used in the payments, online payment modes. Data resilience. So this is also another technique. So in this, we can say that ability to spring back means the situation in which data is compromised, it is bouncing back from that situation. It is coming back from the situation because in the cloud, we have our data residing in multiple locations. So now if any compromise is happening, we can have data from others. That's why we say that cloud is a place where our data is available 24/7. Any kind of mishappening happening at any availability zone, the data can be fetched from other availability zone. So that is the call of property of data resilience. And companies are looking for such services, because with the help of this, data can be accessed in case of the other problems also. Data erasure, as we discussed, that we need to have our data completely erased from the devices. When those devices are not used, we have to clean the data, we have to wipe the data, and we have to destruct the data before we can say that dumping our devices if they are not of any use. Again, we can use lot of software based overwriting methods, as I told you, which are overwriting the information more than once, so that any strong tool will also not be able to identify the things. Now, quickly we see the best practices which we can use. So the first important thing is securing the information which you have. Now, the security you can have in terms of that where it is stored, how you are storing it. You're storing it in digitally or in the physical manner. So at both the places, you have to secure your information. Now, encrypting the sensitive information, you can use the data encryption techniques to encrypt it. You can optimize the backup and recovery plans. You can promote the compliance and transparency of that. And also you can consider the cyber insurance. So now, because of the cyber attack, the companies are going for cyber insurance because they are not very much sure that what kind of loss will be there. So they are going for the cyber insurance, and it is very, very important to work with the data security expert. So what happened with data security expert is because they know that how to manage that data, how to provide the security to that data. So do not think that my existing staff will be able to do that. You have to spend some money, some dollars to have data security experts to make the security for your data. Also prepare for the threats which are coming. How you can prepare for the threats? By identifying those threats. So for that, I have some techniques in the coming slides. And delete the unused data. Whatever data is not of any use, delete that data. Then you will be able to secure the data because nobody else will be able to access that information. How you can identify the threats? By pen testing. Pen testing is the method which is a manual method, or automated testing is also there, in which you can identify the vulnerabilities in the systems. In the web applications, vulnerability is there. In the network, there is a vulnerability. In the assets, there is a vulnerability. In the platforms, there is a vulnerability. Hardware, there is a vulnerability. So pen testing we can do for network, pen testing we can do for the web applications. So these pen testing methods are very, very important for finding out the vulnerabilities with using which the attackers can gain access to your system and access the information. The application code reviews are basically is reviewing your own code for finding out. These can be automated also, these can be manual also. So you are finding out the weaknesses and flaws. What happen is, let's say if you all remember that we have a default username and password. I'll not take much time, but I just will try to cover what I have planned. Code 15, I know that, but I try to cover 5-10 minutes. I'll take more. So default username and password we all know. So let's say for testing any purposes in our code, some programmers have written default username and password, but they have make it as a commented, or it is not default, it is actual username and password. Now it is in the comment, right? You think that it is safe, but if somehow if attacker is having access to this particular code segment, they will be able to read that the username password is this. So such things are there in the code, such loopholes are there in the code, which can be identified, or flaws are there, that you are skipping some information, your complete information is not saved. Such flaws can be identified by reviewing the code. And this can help you in saving your data and providing the security also, because you are identifying the specific security goals. Now, another is system hardening. What it is, hardening is basically you are making your system more strong by what you are doing is by reducing the vulnerability. Your system is now hard. It's not flexible for the attacks. It is very hard and strong. And with the help of this, what you are doing is you are reducing the attack surface where the attacker can attack. So you are reducing the vulnerability. It means you are reducing the attack surfaces. So system hardening, you can do application hardening also. You can do OS hardening, you can do server hardening, you can do network hardening. So a lot of hardening techniques can be used. In this way, what you can do is open ports can be removed. The permissions are open. You can close the permissions. You can grant the access. You can revoke the access. So a lot of techniques can be used to harden the system. And logging is there, that who is accessing the data, who is accessing the information when the person is logging. So complete log information is important. So in AWS, cloud log is service which is used to access the complete detail. Cloud metrics is used to have the complete access information of all the services. With the help of this, you can identify that which resources are open, which resources are accessed. So logging is important. Then intrusion detection, we all know that if there is any intrusion, we need a system through which we can detect that. And also we need to train our staff, train our employees, train our people so that they can understand that what are the ways through which they can make their data secure. So these are the best practices for ensuring the data security. Now we have certain compliance slide, which I'm going to skip it. I'm just going to shorten the cover in short. So compliances and security, both the things are together. We have seen that what is security, what is compliance. Security is that you are applying some security controls to your data so that you will not be having any unauthorized access or nobody is able to compromise that. Now compliance is what? You are basically applying the baseline of the security controls. Means you are providing a platform where you can implement the security controls. You have certain standards, you have certain rules through which your things will be managed, like the policy is mentioned over here. So your company can have a security policy, and in audit, IT audit, the security policy can be checked. How many devices you have, how many information you have, how many documents you have, who is accessing that document. When you are giving this document to someone, are you making some copy? Are you taking the logs? Are you taking the backups? So these policies can be created in the compliance, and these can be implemented with the use of the security techniques. So both things go together, but compliance doesn't mean ensuring the security. This is only providing you the platform so that you can identify the things and you can have a set of standards to follow that. When you say that, what does it mean to be data compliant? It means that whatever breach is happening, whatever problems are happening after any attack, with the help of the compliance, you will be able to identify the root cause of that, and you will be able to identify that how many resources are affected with this, so that you can identify in the compliance process when you have your data as a compliance. We have a lot of standards in that, because whenever you see that data breach is happening, so with that data breach, financial loss is there, personal data loss is also there. So, but we don't know that how much loss we have seen because we are not having the process of managing the data. So if our data is compliance, our data is following the set of rules and standards, that will be managed properly. And where does your data reside? Who is accessing it? Everything is coming under compliance because you are managing and you are dealing the policies through which your data is accessing. Even though if your companies, you can say that employees are coming with their own devices, that time also you can have a policy. I remember that when I was working with IBM, we have to give the complete detail about these devices which we are carrying in the premises, because those devices may not be having that security settings. So we have to register every device which we are carrying in the campus of IBM. So companies are following those compliances, because if they follow the compliances, if they follow the rule and standards, it will be easy for people to implement the security structures. So we have to keep track of the information, where it is stored, who is accessing these information. That is very, very important. Now, these are the standards which are very, very important for securing the data. HIPAA is there, PCI DSS is there, and GDPR is there. So if we talk about these compliances are basically laws for your organization. These are not, you can say that the threats, or these are not the, you can say that compulsion, but these are things which required if you want to have your customer trust in you. So these are very, very important things. First, we take the GDPR. So if we talk about the India followed the EU General Data Protection Regulation only, and allowing a lot of things to the digital companies to conduct business. So this is General Data Protection Regulation. Lot of things are coming in that, like privacy as a fundamental right, user content, ownership of your personal data. So a lot of things are coming in the data protection regulation. You cannot share the information which you have for the marketing purposes, for the other purposes. So a lot of things are coming in this. So please study this. So this is the second one is payment card industry, which is used by the most of the industries which are handling the credit cards transactions or the financial transactions day-to-day basis. So whatever credit transactions they are doing, they have to follow the standards of PCI, because when you are ensuring that you are following the PCI standards, it means you can track and you can find out any gap is there. So you can identify those gaps and you can recover from those gaps. So if there is any failure also, because you are compliant with these standards, it will be very easy to recover from that situation. So that's why it is important to have this. And for healthcare sector, HIPAA is there. A lot of standards are there in HIPAA, which are there. So healthcare records, we can say that more valuable. Because I'll tell you one situation in the outside countries, not in India. The other diseases which are there, like in India also, maybe you can take the AIDS disease. If someone is having AIDS and that person don't want to reveal it to the other people, but these data, if it is exposed, or some diseases which you don't want to share with anybody, these are very, very private diseases. I don't want to name those things, but those things are there. And you don't want those things to be coming in the open public. But these can come. So every organization who is handling with the PII or the health records, they have to follow this standard, this particular compliance standard, to provide the security and safety guidelines for maintaining the data, so that there is no data breach. And if there is any data breach, they will be responsible for that. So that is there. Then we have the references which I have taken, and thank you so much for this. I'll just record. So what I'll do is I'll just show you the thing which I have promised you, that I'll show you one simple brute force attack now. I plan to show some other things also. So I hope that many of you are aware about the burp suit environment, which is used for the man in the middle attacks, which are residing in between the browser and you and reading everything. So what happens with this is your data is not safe. Why? Because with this burp, I'm just starting this burp, and I've also stored and downloaded one application. I'll show you one, which is a damn vulnerable web application. So I request all of you to have the access to DVWA and ask your students to set up DVWA, practice these attacks. So if you see this, I go to this proxy, intercept is on, I'm opening a browser. Now what is happening with this browser, I just wanted to tell you. Open this browser. This browser is open. This is enabled with the burp suit. So I see if I can start my video, if you can see me now. Let's see. कब तक चलता है ये? देखिए, video record करते ही, okay, this is coming. So now whatever I am entering over here, this information is first going to this burp. So जैसे ही मैं type करूँ यहाँ पे, this information is going to this burp. So what is happening is, let's say I'm writing a local host. Okay, this is coming as DWA. Okay, so you see that. Okay, so जैसे ही लिखा, I have written that localhost/dvwa. We are here at this particular thing, burp suit. So this burp suit intercepted the traffic. Now we have to forward it or we have to drop it. If you are going to drop it, what will happen? So we are not going to access the information because the packet is dropped from the burp. So someone is in middle listening our things and not allowing us to open that website. Let's say one more time if I'm trying. Now this time I think this is kind enough to allow me. Okay, so this is coming over here that somebody is trying to access this. Okay, I'm going to forward this. Now I'll be able to access this page. What happened? Why it is not coming? Maybe I'm not opening the page. 2-3 browsers are open. Yes. Something is happening. Oh, server is not on. Just a minute. I'm trying to access the local host, but I've not started the server. That's why it's not able to open this. We'll start the server, then we'll try to intercept again. So I've started my local host server. Now I will try to access this web application. This is a web application which you can recommend to all your students to practice the security of the data in the web applications. So now we are trying to access the local host DBWA. This burp is blinking because it received certain request. Now we are saying forward it. So when we are saying forward it, so this page will be open. Now we can see that this damn vulnerable web application is open. Now, whatever attacks we want to plan, we can plan with this particular website. So in very 5 short minute, I'll just show you one attack, that is brute force attack. I've clicked this. Now I'm seeing this data over here. I'm forwarding the packet so that I can open this page. Yes. So this page is open. The username is admin and password is password. So if I'm entering the correct username and password, it is showing me, okay, I have to forward it again. It is showing me welcome to the password protected area admin. Now, if I'm writing a wrong username and password, what will happen? Let's say I'm writing AR, I'm writing yes. So this is a wrong username and password. One more thing I want to show you over here is when I'm saying login, my data is going to burp. And what this burp is storing? Check this. This burp is having each and everything which I'm forwarding from the page. You see, username, password, everything is coming over here with the burp. So this is not happening with the secure websites like Gmail and all. You cannot intercept, but the websites which are not secure, you can intercept the traffic. Now what I can do is I can brute force these things. So how I can brute force? I have intruder in between. So this is the attack. I can go to this situation where I will need to identify the positions. So I can identify the positions. This is my position. And then I can remove this. I'll not be able to explain all these things to you because I just wanted to show you. We have limited time. If you see the username and password, we want to brute force these two things. So I'm removing dollar from other places because I don't want to brute force this login or user token details. So only I have username and password which I want to brute force. And I'm going to change it to the cluster bomb because I want to create a cluster of username and password and I want to attack this website. Now, if you go to payload and you have these two options, 1 and 2. So 1 represents your username. That is the first. If you see in this position, the first position you have username, second position you have password. So here this is the payload with the help of which you are going to attack. So let's say I'm going to create a, because this is a community edition which I have used. I'm not using the enterprise, so I cannot import the list. But attackers are having lakhs of username and password which they can import, and they have enterprise also. So I'm creating my own list over here. So I can create this. Let's say WT is my one username. E3 is now one username. You can have n number of users, but because of the sake of time, I'm using this. We know this admin is correct, but attackers are not knowing that. So they are creating such username list by adding the list for pro version only. If you see, I'm not having that pro version, so we have to manually add. So 4 username I have taken, and I'm taking the 4 passwords also. So T1 I have taken password, which is the correct one. I have taken the U1, I have taken the T3. So these 4 passwords I have taken. So you can see that payload count is 4 and request count is 16. So 16 times the website is going to be attacked with the combination of the username and the passwords. So now we are reaching to the point because yes. So start attack is over here because videos are coming. So now we have to say start attack. So when we are saying start attack, it is showing that you are in the demo version. Okay, no worries. Now you see that attack started. So you see that what is happening is this burp suit is attacking the DVWA website and using number of combinations. I have to check the security of the website. I think that is the screen. WebEx इतना difficult है. You cannot understand my situation. That screen is coming multiple times. I'll do one thing. Show you one thing. Intercept is off. I'll go back to the slide. I'll check that security is impossible. You cannot. We have to make it low security. Then only we can try the attack. So I've make it low. Now I'll try this attack again. We have payload with us. So no difficulty. We can try this attack. Intercept is on. We are at this location. Burp suit. We have to forward it. We reached over here. Username, or even though we are not giving password, then also we can say login. So now again we reach to this point. So we have this, we can say start attack. It is starting the attack. So when the attacks is happening, you can see that the number is changed. So all the numbers are same, but this will be changed. So right now, because earlier I was using the impossible security, that's why the number is not changed. But if you are going to use the third point where we can have the positions and payload, I'll just quickly create two things. The security is low. I'm going to remove this dollar. See, students is going to enjoy these things. And now we are going to payload. I'm going to create one. So I'm giving two numbers only. W2, let's say admin add. And for password, I'm going to create yes. So this time, if you see, the number is changed. 4597 is coming over here, and rest all numbers are 4554, 4554, 4554. So what attacker is, because we know the combination, that correct combination is admin and password, but the criminal is not knowing that. So how they are going to check this? They are going to check by the numbers which are changing. So if in this case you see, you can see the complete response. This is very, very strong tool. If you see, this is having the complete response. The response which is coming over here is after this attack. What happened is after this attack, this particular detail, if I'm giving payload 1 and payload 2, I'm going to get this page. CPU usage is high. Virtual background. That's yes. So if I'm going to use this admin and password, I'm going to get this message. And if I'm going to use this particular thing, what happen is we can check the response. We can render it and we can see that this is correct or not. Because of the background, because of the network. I'll switch off the video. Kya fir se? Yes. Yes. So you see that username password is incorrect. You are attacking it and this is giving you the response also. So with the help of this, lakhs of username and passwords are used, the compromised ones, and attacking to the websites which are not secure. So these are the techniques to which you can identify that your website is secure or not. There are other ways also through which you can identify the ways and you can make your website secure. So these are the things which I wanted to share with you. Last part was a little bit in very fast mode. Sorry for that. I'll just stop my screen. I've taken time also, extra time. But I wanted to share all the points which I've covered. So I hope that you enjoyed this session. You learned few things. Yes, sir, you can integrate data security with machine learning, sir. And this is going to be a very, you can say that easiest way to implement the security. And most of the antiviruses are using the learning techniques only because they are learning from the past experiences and they are creating. If you talk about the McAfee, you talk about Norton, every antivirus software is having a lot of algorithms, techniques through which they are providing the security. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time for this very interacting and very engaging session. Thank you so much, ma'am. I must mention my deep sense of gratitude for you for sharing with us your opinions and findings on these tools and applications for data security. Thank you. I think this session is very beneficial for all the participants, and all the queries from the participants are most welcomed.
Yeah. Thank you so
I
much.
must appreciate your energy throughout the session, ma'am. You're very energetic.
Thank you, but sorry because I was not able to switch on my video. I have just kept it for the end. Now video is on. Thank you so much, everybody, for patience hearing and bearing with this that my video is not on. But I wanted to have a smooth session. That's why I've just switched off my video because today weather is not good over here. That's why. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, ma'am. I can see one query in the chat box. Someone wants the explanation of CSPs.
Yeah, that is covered, ma'am. That is covered already. That was from Vikas, sir. That is covered, I guess. That is cloud service provider, ma'am. I've used this short form in the slide. So during this session only this query came. So
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So please ask every student to work on DVWA. And anytime anybody needs any help on setting up such kind of things or platforms, you can anytime reach out to me for maintaining and explaining these attacks to your students. So DVWA is the way through which you can explain all the top attacks which are happening on the web applications. So everything is now on web, so it is important to understand the attacks which are happening to take our data from the organization's repository. So it is important. If you see the SQL injection, everything is in front of you. You can see each and every database which you have, each and every table you have in your system. So all the things are in front of you. If you are going to use DVWA, it will give you a complete explanation that how you can do a lot of attacks on websites to check their security level. So yes, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you
Abhilasha.
so much.
And
Thank
it
you
was
so
so
much, ma'am.
nice having you here. And we have got a lot of feedbacks also during the session. I hope ma'am has already read it. And the session was very interesting. So people are really, and I hope that all of us will be able to like secure our data now for sure. Very
Yeah, sure.
important.
Thank you so much.
much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you so
ma'am.
much.
So to all the participants, thank you so much. So the day 3 of the FDP has ended with this session. Tomorrow morning, we'll be having another fresh start. And please log in by 9:45 a.m. having more knowledgeable sessions. So looking forward to day 4 of the FDP tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.